Chapter 159. Seeing First Elders and Yang Gan's reactions, Zhao Feng added, Disciple means to exchange contribution points for a peak class mortal skill. The clan had instructions on how to exchange contribution points for a middle class mortal skill, but there were no rules for high class mortal skills. You don't have enough contribution points to exchange for a peak class mortal skill. Even if you have enough, you won't be able to exchange for it. First Elder shook his head. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be dazed. Yang Gan answered with a smile. Not only do you need 200,000 contribution points, you also need to be at least at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. 200,000 contribution points! 6th sky of the Ascended Realm! Zhao Feng's heart went cold. He knew that he had no chance. He hadn't even reached one of the 2 requirements, and he was far from it. He never would have thought that the requirements for a peak class mortal skill would be so high. Junior martial brother Zhao, peak mortal martial skills are of a very high level. It's not something you can touch. Especially the 9-twist golden wall technique. It's extremely difficult, and even elders find it hard to train it to the highest level. Yang Gan sighed as he spoke up to hear. Zhao Feng's dream couldn't even be described as biting off more than he could chew. In the clan, Yang Gan had never heard of a disciple at the 2nd sky of the Ascended Realm asking for a peak class mortal skill. In the Broken Moon clan, only elders could learn a few peak class mortal skills. As for the spiritual skills, they were the ultimate skills of the clan, and even elders might not be able to comprehend more than half of it. Why did you choose the 9-twist golden wall technique? The path of body strengthening is the hardest. You've already left the consolidated realm and reached the ascended realm. Why don't you put more effort into what you're good at? For example, your mental energy. First Elder's eyes twinkled as he stared at Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Zhao Feng fell into deep thought as he pondered over First Elder's words. He suddenly felt that First Elder's words made sense. Why did he have to choose the difficult path of body strengthening? Should he choose the unattainable 9 transformation golden wall technique? In the 9 stages of the martial path, the body was the foundation. Zhao Feng had focused on refining his body and entering the ascended mortality realm, which had indeed laid a good foundation. However, the problem was that he had already advanced to the transcending mortality stage, so he didn't have to choose the 9 transformation golden wall technique. Besides, First Elder's eyes were sharp. He could see that Zhao Feng had an extraordinary mental energy, which came from the mysterious left eye, from the small blue abyss in the dimension of the left eye. Zhao Feng had only performed a superficial psychic assassination. He didn't know how to open this potential treasure. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng made up his mind. What do you think? The First Elder narrowed his eyes. Master's words make sense. I shouldn't be so obsessed with body refinement. Perhaps this isn't the best cultivation path for me. Zhao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Even though he had the power of his bloodline, he didn't feel as smooth as before when he was cultivating. Seeing Zhao Feng comprehend it so easily, the First Elder was slightly surprised and thought, This kid is smart and doesn't seem like a rebellious person. But why doesn't he give up on the lightning wind palm? It's a pity that the silver wall technique has reached the highest level. Zhao Feng sighed. As his qi and blood surged, a layer of silver crystal appeared on the surface of his body, making him look like a crystal statue. This was the 11th level of the silver wall technique. Not melting in the furnace, a perfect body. What? The expressions of First Elder and Yang Gan changed at the same time. They never would have thought that Zhao Feng's body strengthening technique had reached such a high level. Just his body alone was comparable to the 3rd sky of the ascended realm. Brother Zhao's body strengthening technique has reached such a high level. He definitely has the chance to enter the floating crest trial. Yang Gan said, slightly surprised. It wasn't that no one in the clan could train a mortal body strengthening technique to the highest level, but it was extremely rare. But there wasn't a second person as young as Zhao Feng, who said he didn't specialize in body strengthening. The eyebrows of the first elder twitched slightly. At the same time, he admired Zhao Feng's decisiveness. If it was an ordinary person who had reached this level of body refining technique, how could they easily give up? Even he felt that it was a pity. Maybe Zhao Feng had some talent in body strengthening. Thinking up to here, the first elder smiled. It's not like there's no chance at all. I can give you a path. Even if your cultivation and contribution points aren't enough, you can still get the 9-twist golden wall technique and other peak class mortal skills. Master, please speak. Zhao Feng's heart moved. Floating crest trial. The first elder said word by word. Floating crest trial? Zhao Feng and Yonggan looked at each other. The floating crest trial is a great opportunity for you and the clan. If you are strong enough, you will be able to get peak class mortal skills, and spiritual weapons in the floating crest trial. The first elder smiled faintly. Zhao Feng and Yonggan's jaws dropped. What was so special about the floating crest palace that it even had spiritual skills? If you can get a peak class mortal skill from the floating crest palace, you can trade the 9-twist golden wall technique with the clan. The first elder explained. No wonder. Zhao Feng understood. Even the elders of the clan were looking forward to the floating crest trial. However, this mysterious palace had restrictions on outsiders. Those over a certain cultivation and age weren't able to enter. There's one more thing. If you have great talent in a certain area, you may be able to get a corresponding inheritance in the floating crest palace. The grand elder stroked his beard and smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart thumped. Core disciple Yonggan also had a look of yearning on his face. Zhao Feng finally understood why the clan placed so much importance on the floating crest trial. Thank you for your advice, Master. Disciple will be leaving now. Zhao Feng didn't stay for long and left. Only the first elder and Yonggan were left. With his performance in the Scarlet Moon demonic cave and his current body strengthening skills, he should be able to enter the floating crest trial. The first elder murmured, Master, if he enters the trial, should I help him? Yonggan suddenly asked. He didn't know what his master thought of this outer disciple. No need. The first elder's expression was decisive. The floating crest trial is extremely important to you, and you can only enter it once in your life. You're the strongest disciple here, so you must grasp this opportunity. Disciple understands. Yonggan let out a breath. It looked like he was very important in Master's heart and wasn't something an outer disciple could compare to. Furthermore, the life and death of a person who practiced the lightning wind palm was unknown. It was impossible for Master to invest too much emotion in him. After sending Yonggan off, the first elder murmured to himself, This Zhao Feng is so decisive to give up on the path of body strengthening and choose the most beneficial path for himself. He's calm and doesn't seem like someone who's arrogant. But if that's the case, why does he want to practice the lightning wind palm? After leaving the first elder's palace, Zhao Feng's mind cleared up. After reaching the ascended realm, he had formed a solid foundation. Now he didn't need to focus on body strengthening. From a new perspective, he would walk on whatever path was most suitable for him. This was the most logical choice. Since the 9-twist golden wall technique was so rare, there was no need for him to force it. The path of body strengthening is slow and it consumes large amounts of resources, which will slow down my cultivation. The more Zhao Feng thought about it, the more confident he became. Apart from that, the first elder mentioned that Zhao Feng had mental energy that surpassed others. Even an outsider could see this, but Zhao Feng had forgotten about this treasure. In the next period of time, Zhao Feng started to prepare for the floating crest trial and the competition before it. There were only 10 spots for the floating crest trial, so the competition would be intense. Many of those who signed up were at the third sky of the Ascended Realm and some core disciples. Not only was Zhao Feng working hard, the other inner disciples were also training hard. Lin Fan, who lived next door, would occasionally come over to spar with Zhao Feng. After the last mission, Lin Fan had gained a lot, and he had broken through to the second sky of the Ascended Realm a month ago. A few days ago, Lin Fan had easily defeated his old rival Su Rin in a spar. One had to know that Su Rin had also broken through to the third sky half a month ago, but he wasn't Lin Fan's match. Lin Fan's talent wasn't high, but just like Zhao Feng, he had a strong will, and he could challenge those of higher cultivation. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan fought in a small area in their own courtyard. Wave reverse blade technique. Lin Fan held a simple and thick saber in his hand. With a sudden slash, his aura was like a rainbow, as though he was cutting through the waves, giving off a suffocating feeling. You've learned a high-class mortal blade skill so quickly. Zhao Feng laughed lightly, and he circulated his lightning wind palm, forcing Lin Fan back. Not only had Lin Fan learned a high-class mortal blade skill, he had also changed his weapon to a low-grade mortal weapon. Zhao Feng had used 70% of his strength to barely defeat Lin Fan after 20 moves. One had to know that cultivators at the second sky of the Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves against Zhao Feng, even if he only used 70% of his strength. It's all thanks to Brother Zhao for teaching me a high-class mortal skill, but even so, I'm still not Brother Zhao's match. Lin Fan was grateful, but also slightly bitter. Although he had received a large amount of contribution points and spirit stones, it wasn't enough to exchange for a high-class mortal skill. Zhao Feng felt that Lin Fan was reliable, so he gave him the wave reverse blade technique from the hole in the hollow building. The group had gained a lot from the mission, and even if they had high-class mortal skills, they wouldn't attract much attention. Brother Zhao, your strength is probably close to the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. It's definitely not a problem for you to get a spot. But why don't you get a weapon to increase your strength? Lin Fan suggested. Weapon? Zhao Feng's heart moved. His golden stare's bow wasn't enough. The floating crest trial depended on one's strength, so getting a good weapon could indeed increase one's overall strength. Thinking up to here, he went to the Clan Mission Division. Clan Mission Division. Zhao Feng saw Old Man Zhang, and he immediately told him what he wanted. I can give you an extra 20% discount. Old Man Zhang smiled warmly. Extra 20% discount? Zhao Feng smiled. This discount was extra, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to get it. Soon, Old Man Zhang brought Zhao Feng to the Hall of Weapons. Blacksmiths gathered in the Clan Mission Division, and there was also a special trading area. It was the official trading area of the clan, and one could use contribution points to get a discount. Inside the hall, rows of weapons shone brightly. Sharpness, 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 all of them dazzled Zhao Feng's eyes. Chapter 160. Inside the Divine Weapon Hall, there were all sorts of powerful weapons, like treasures, arranged everywhere. If it was any other sect disciple, their hearts would palpitate with excitement and yearning. However, the prices of these divine weapons were not cheap. Any divine weapon would cost thousands of substandard crystal stones, and this was just a mortal lower grade divine weapon. If it were a mortal middle grade divine weapon, it would easily cost tens of thousands. Old Zhang had a good relationship with Zhao Feng, so he brought him to the divine weapon treasury. In the treasury, every divine weapon was at least a mortal lower grade divine weapon, and they were the best of the same kind. Black Wind Blade can increase the strength of true power by 20%, increase the speed of blade by 30%, emits a black wind aura, and increases the concept of blade aura. Mortal lower grade divine weapon price 6,600 substandard crystal stones. Flowing feather sword, light as a feather, cutting through iron like mud, increases the speed of true power breaking through the air by 30%, increases the density of sword chi by 30%. Price: 5,800 substandard primordial crystal stones. Red flame sword, smelted with red flame crystal. Adds fire attack, combined with fire-type martial arts, can increase the attack power by at least 40%. Price: 5,500 substandard crystal stones. Zhao Feng took a look. The mortal lower-grade divine weapons in the treasury were a few times more expensive than the same grade divine weapons, and their attributes were not bad. Especially the Black Wind Blade. It had 3 attributes, but the price was over 6,000, almost double the price of some of the cheaper divine weapons. Every weapon's material, workmanship, and power are better than the same grade divine weapons. Of course, the price is much higher. Old Zhang smiled. He promised to give Zhao Feng a 20% discount, which was already an unimaginable benefit. Even direct disciples could not enjoy it. In normal sects, only elders could enjoy such a discount. Zhao Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the divine weapons in the treasury. Blades, swords, whips, axes, halberds, bows and arrows, gloves. Everything that one could think of was there. Among all the divine weapons, swords and blades were the mainstream. One was the king of weapons, the other was the overlord of weapons. These 2 weapons were relatively common and easy to learn. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng was not interested in sabers and swords at the moment. These 2 types of weapons could not bring out his greatest strength. Comparatively speaking, a long-range bow was tailor-made for him. Zhao Feng then looked at the bow-type divine weapons and found that there were very few bows in the treasure room. It seemed that the weapons he was good at were all a little non-mainstream. Heavenly Eagle Bow. Shooting range of 2 li. Can increase one's field of vision by 1 li. The full power of the bow can pierce through 4 armors and break through the true power layer of the 4th layer of the Ascended Realm. Price: 3,600 substandard crystal stones. Zhao Feng picked up the bow and looked at it. Its attributes and power were quite good. There was a special array formation on the bow that could increase one's vision, but it was useless against Zhao Feng. If there were no obstructions, his left eye could clearly see objects hundreds of miles away. His right eye was also stronger than an ordinary person's, and he could see a fly several miles away. Azure Iron Bow. Extremely explosive power. The full power of the bow can penetrate 4 layers of armor. Requires extremely strong arm strength and high vision requirements. The price of this bow was even lower, only 2,900 substandard crystal stones. Zhao Feng looked at it again and found that the price of the bow-type divine weapons was 20 to 30% lower than the others. Bow-type divine weapons are, after all, unpopular. If I leave it here, I might not be able to sell even 1 or 2 in a few years. Old Man Zhang smiled. Zhao Feng thought that this was a good thing for him. But thinking about it, bow-type divine weapons also needed arrows, and the latter was considered a semi-consumable item. I have 200 low-grade primal crystal stones, which is more than enough to buy a low-grade mortal weapon. Thinking up to here, Zhao Feng placed his attention on the middle-grade mortal weapons. Middle-grade mortal weapons were a level higher in price. Swords and blades were usually 40 to 50,000 in the Great Hall, but 70 to 80,000 substandard crystal stones here. But at the same time, middle-grade mortal weapons were extremely powerful. For example, the sword that Zhao Feng saw could double the true force of a cultivator at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, making it even stronger than a cultivator at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. With such a weapon, it was possible to kill those at a higher level. Luoho Bao. Speed can break through the sound barrier. Depending on arm strength and true force, it can pierce through 3 layers of armor, and it can insta-kill cultivators at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. The Luoho arrow, when used with this bow, doubles the power and speed. According to the owner's thoughts, it can lock onto the enemy's vitals, and even if the attack misses, it can still chase after the enemy. The bow alone is at the peak of the middle grade, mortal grade. With the Luoho arrow, It is close to the high-grade, mortal grade. The price of the bow is 80,000 substandard crystal stones, and the price of the entire set is 150,000 substandard crystal stones. When Zhao Feng saw this bow, his heart was inexplicably attracted. This bow was too strong. Whether it was speed or power, it had reached the extreme. No wonder it was a middle-grade mortal weapon. Its power and attributes were beyond imagination. Zhao Feng took off the dark green and red weird bow and felt that it wasn't made of wood or metal. It was extremely unique. This bow was smaller than normal bows, only slightly bigger than a crossbow. Its attack speed is even faster than sound, and it can insta-kill cultivators at the fifth sky of the Ascended Realm. Combined with the Luoho arrow, the might of all the attributes will be doubled. In fact, the arrow will be able to lock onto the enemy and chase them for a certain distance. Zhao Feng thought about the attributes of the bow and couldn't bear to let go. However, the price of this bow was also terrifyingly high, 150,000 substandard crystal stones. Too expensive. Zhao Feng took in a deep breath. You want the Luoho bow? Old Man Zhang said with a smile. Unfortunately, it's too expensive, and this is only a bow. If it were any other divine weapon, the price would probably be more than 200,000. Zhao Feng shook his head. According to the rules of the clan, you can get a 50% discount on a middle-grade mortal weapon for 50,000 contribution points. This old man will give you another 20% discount, so the final price is 30%. Old Man Zhang said with a smile. 30% discount? Zhao Feng's heart moved. This way, the final price would be 45,000 substandard crystal stones. If he just bought the bow, it would be 24,000 substandard crystal stones. In principle, you have to sell the entire set. If you want to buy the bow alone, you have to buy all 3 Luoho arrows within 3 years. This old man can guarantee for you. Old Man Zhang laughed. After all, he was Zhao Feng's teacher in name, and he had to make things easier for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng thought about it. Even if he didn't have the arrows, he could only use 20 to 30% of the Luoho bow's power. Normal middle-grade mortal weapons required one to be at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm to unleash their full power. But even with a 30% discount, the Luoho bow alone would still cost 24,000 substandard crystal stones. Zhao Feng only had a bit more than 20,000. Teacher, why don't we do this? We'll put the remaining 4,000 substandard crystal stones on credit first. After I enter the floating crest trial, I'll be able to get a few weapons with my strength. It won't be too late to pay the primal crystal stones then. Zhao Feng suggested. Okay. Old Man Zhang had seen Zhao Feng's strength in the Scarlet Moon Cave, and he knew that the latter had the ability to enter the floating crest palace. Let me remind you, although there are many treasures in the floating crest palace, do you think there's gold everywhere for you to pick up? Only a small number of disciples have been able to find treasures in the past. In the past 100 years, apart from Hai Yin Master, I've never heard of anyone else getting anything. Even that Elder Yin, who only got 2 mortal-grade magic weapons, is still the best in the last 100 years of the floating crest trial. Old Man Zhang said. As for the 4,000 substandard crystal stones that Zhao Feng owed, Old Man Zhang wasn't worried at all. Not to mention the treasures in the floating crest trial, Zhao Feng's pill-making skills were enough for him to earn back these primal crystal stones. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Feng took off the Luoho bow and felt warmth in his heart. In the sect, only the 2 Vice Hall masters were willing to take care of him. Shoo! The 3 dark red arrows returned to the Luoho bow as if they had a mind of their own. Zhao Feng was shocked. Could it be that the bow had a mind of its own? He had subconsciously merged a bit of true force into the bow, but the 3 Luoho arrows returned to the bow. If he used the Luoho arrow, even if the enemy tried to dodge, he would be able to chase after them. This bow and sword are connected by the mother and child's heart. It can automatically return the Luoho arrow to its original position. Usually only high-grade mortal bows and arrows have this ability. Old Man Zhang explained. Next time, I'll definitely bring the Luoho arrow out. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Right now, he could only bring the Luoho bow. After spending another few hundred substandard crystal stones to buy a quiver of high-quality arrows, Zhao Feng left the clan affairs division. On the way, Zhao Feng passed by the true martial challenge stage of the inner hall division and heard the sounds of fighting. Challenging a core disciple. It's been 1 or 2 years since I've seen such an exciting battle. The challenger is Quan Qin. He reached the 4th sky half a month ago, so he does have the right to do so. On the stage, 2 disciples at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm fought fiercely. One of them was Quan Qin. When Zhao Feng arrived, the battle was coming to an end. Waning moon flying blade. Quan Qin waved his arms, and 3 to 4 silver lights shot out at the same time. The cold wind cut the core disciple at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm into a ruffled state with tens of wounds on his body. When he fought Zhao Feng in the Scarlet Moon demonic cave, Quan Qin had only used 1 blade of Waning Moon, but this Waning Moon flying blade had shot out 4 or 5 at once. I admit defeat. The core disciple let out a long breath. Brother Quan, I didn't think that you'd train 2 high-class mortal skills at the same time, and your Cold Moon Manual has reached the 4th level. The Cold Moon Manual and Zhao Feng's Heavenly Wind God Technique were skills of the same level. Zhao Feng's Heavenly Wind God Technique had also reached the 4th level, which was the same level as Quan Qin. But the latter's cultivation was higher, and he had studied it for many years, so his power surpassed the 2nd sky of the Ascended Realm. This Quan Qin's improvement isn't small. He's more than twice as strong as he was in the Scarlet Moon demonic cave. Zhao Feng thought. After Quan Qin won, he became a core disciple and was ranked in the top 10, including his second brother Yuan Ji. 2 of the top 10 core disciples were from Hai Yun Master. I heard that Brother Quan is going to participate in the Floating Crest trial. There's no need to fight for a spot to become a core disciple. Some of the inner disciples were both envious and worried at the same time. Core disciple? Quan Qin is also going to participate in the Floating Crest trial. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, tens of days passed. There were only 10 days left in the Floating Crest trial. Apart from the core disciples, everyone who wanted to participate had to fight for a spot. This time, there were 3 core disciples participating in the Floating Crest trial. Therefore, there were only 7 spots left to compete for. Chapter 161. Broken Moon Clan, Central Division. At the first light of day, many figures arrived at the Central Hall Square. Some of them were inner disciples, and some were other members of the sect. Today wasn't the inner disciples gathering, but there were more and more people arriving. His gaze followed the main hall of the Central Hall and looked up into the sky. High up in the sky, there floated a dark green palace. It was majestic and mysterious, surrounded by lightning and rain, emitting an ancient aura. Amongst the crowd, Zhao Feng and Lin Fan had also arrived. Zhao Feng's gaze was fixated on the Floating Crest Palace. He found that the aura around the Floating Crest Palace was stronger than a few months ago. Today was the day before the Floating Crest trial, the full name of which was the Floating Crest Competition. The Floating Crest trial was open once every 5 years, and it was a great opportunity for the clan. At the same time, the Floating Crest Competition was also held once every 5 years. Using this opportunity, the upper echelon elders of the clan would appear and inspect the elite disciples. Brother Zhao, Brother Lin, you guys also signed up for the competition? Su Rin smiled as he walked over. Ever since the Xing family mission, Su Rin and Zhao Feng had become friends. That's right. With Brother Zhao's strength, he can definitely participate in the Floating Crest trial, but I'm a bit worried. Lin Fan smiled. Brother Zhao will definitely be fine. Su Rin nodded his head. Because they had participated in the mission together, Su Rin knew Zhao Feng's strength very well. When they were free, the three would spar with each other. Amongst them, Zhao Feng was the strongest, followed by Lin Fan and then Su Rin. Su Rin usually didn't have the chance to spar with Zhao Feng, but Lin Fan, who easily beat him every time, would feel helpless whenever Zhao Feng was mentioned. The conversation between the three was heard by Princess Yun Mingxiang. Participating in the floating crest trial? From Su Ren and Lin Fan's tone, it seems like Zhao Feng will definitely get a spot. Yun Mingxiang's eyes turned and landed on Zhao Feng. Only then did she realize that she had been paying less attention to Zhao Feng after joining the inner sect. As for the sensational incident at the Crimson Moon Cave, she did not participate in it herself. She only thought that Zhao Feng was lucky. Yun Mingxiang was only at the first sky, so she didn't sign up for the floating crest competition. More and more people gathered at the square. Inner disciples and true disciples appeared one after another. An hour later, all of the inner sect disciples had arrived. Even some of the outer sect disciples had heard the news and come to watch. The sect would turn a blind eye to such a large-scale event, allowing them to enter the inner sect. Junior brother Zhao, good luck! Yang Qingshan and Nan Gongfan cheered for Zhao Feng from the crowd. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile and greeted his two senior brothers. Junior brother Zhao, come over here. A masculine voice came from the other side of the crowd. It's core disciple Yanggan. Yanggan. He is ranked second among the direct disciples and is a popular candidate for the chief disciple position. The crowd went into an uproar. Yanggan was wearing a white robe and his perfect figure was like a marble sculpture. His handsomeness gave off a masculine charm. Being an inner disciple, Yanggan's every action was watched by everyone. Some of the female disciples' faces went red as they stared at that handsome figure. Senior brother Yang. Zhao Feng went up and walked together with Yanggan. In name, they were both disciples of First Elder and could be considered as the only disciples of the sect. Yanggan was a righteous person and hated evil. Although he wasn't very friendly to Zhao Feng, he did make things difficult for him and took care of Zhao Feng. He did his duty as a senior brother, and no one could find fault with him. Who's that guy? Why is he walking together with senior brother Yang? Many people were surprised. Many people knew what was going on and started to whisper among themselves. At this point in time, Zhao Feng also received many gazes. Zhao Feng's azure hair and one eye made everyone look at him. He was calm as he walked together with Yanggan. Yanggan had purposely brought Zhao Feng into the circle of core disciples. Amongst the core disciples, the ones Zhao Feng was familiar with were Sister Yuan, Quan Chen, and Yuanji. This guy's a disciple of First Elder. Sister Yuan looked at Zhao Feng with unfriendliness. She was still walking with Ran Xiaoyuan. The latter's bright eyes were slightly timid as she greeted Zhao Feng. Knowing that Zhao Feng was going to participate in the floating crest competition, Sister Yuan teased. Sister Ran, if you meet this brat in the competition, don't be polite and teach him a lesson. I might not meet him. Ran Xiaoyuan's face went slightly red as she sneaked a glance at Zhao Feng. The floating crest competition had a 7-match system. This meant that everyone had to fight 7 matches. The winner would fight against the winner, and the loser would fight against the loser. There were dozens of people participating in the competition, and each person only had to fight 7 matches. The chances of meeting someone wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Apart from that, the 7-match system had another rule. Those who won 4 matches in a row would be directly selected. The more they won, the more powerful their next opponent would be, and the greater the resistance they would face. If they could win 4 matches in a row, they would definitely have the strength to enter the top 10. An hour later, the upper echelon of the clan appeared. In the middle of the sky center field was a 100-yard wide array stage. The array stage was strengthened by the power of the array, and the person in charge was head Zhang of the clan mission division. So, the clouds in the mountains shook as the wind howled and the heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuated. The next instant, a wave of true spirit realm pressure came from several directions. Greetings, Elder. The first to arrive were Elder Shui and High Yin Master. After Elder Shui and High Yin Master sat down, another powerful aura appeared that was much stronger than normal elders. First Elder. Everyone bowed, and even the two elders stood up. Immediately following that was the clan master and another elder. Greetings, clan master. Greetings, Granny Luiyue. The disciples, deacons, and vice heads below all bowed respectfully. The two experts at the true spirit realm were both females. One of them was a peerless beauty dressed in a palace robe. Her eyes were as clear as water, and she had a hint of holiness in her calmness that made others feel inferior. She was the Broken Moon clan master. Although they were both at the true spirit realm, the Broken Moon clan master's aura was much stronger than High Yin master's. Next to the Broken Moon clan master was a white-haired old lady who gave off the smell of herbs. Head of the Grasswood division, Granny Luiyue. Zhao Feng knew some information about this person. Granny Luiyue was the #1 pill master of the clan, and in terms of cultivation and skill, she surpassed Old Man Guan. The clan master, first elder, and the 3 elders all sat down. Behind them stood their core disciples. Behind the Broken Moon clan master were 2 female disciples, Sister Yuan and Ran Xiaoyuan. Ran Xiaoyuan's master is the clan master. Zhao Feng was shocked. No wonder Ran Xiaoyuan had reached the peak 3rd rank at such a young age. Her inner skill was most likely the heavenly wind god technique. Behind Elder Shui, among the few disciples, there was a fair-skinned youth with a baby face. It was Sun Yuanhao, who had a changeable body. Sun Yuanhao's cultivation had reached the peak 2nd sky, and his talent was comparable to Beimua's. Behind Hai Yun Master stood Beimua, Yuan Ji, Quan Qin, and company. As for behind Granny Luiyue, there was a pure and beautiful girl who looked very familiar. Lu Yu. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't think that Lu Yu would be the disciple of the Grasswood division. Lu Yu's cultivation had also reached the peak 2nd sky. With her high-tier spiritual body and Granny Luiyue, the #1 pill master of the clan, she had a huge advantage. Zhao Feng, standing behind First Elder, also surprised Lu Yu. First Elder and the clan master had the highest status in the Broken Moon clan. Why can't I get rid of this guy? Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed as she felt irritated. She and Zhao Feng were the juniors of Lord Songtie and Lord Guanjuan, respectively. When Lu Yu first entered the clan, she had tried to compete with Zhao Feng, but she lost every time. And now, she was the disciple of Granny Luiyue, while Zhao Feng was the disciple of First Elder. It was as if the latter was always stronger than her. What was even more depressing was that the latter's talent was only a low-tier spiritual body. Interesting. I can't believe I've met so many familiar people in this competition. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. His eyes scanned across the familiar figures. Beimua, Ran Xiaoyuan, Lu Yu, Sun Yuanhao, Shao Sun. All of these people were here to participate in the competition for the slots. The once every 5 years floating crest competition will now begin. Vice Hall Master, Li of the Central Hall yelled. His voice was as majestic as a bell. The crowd was silent. The competition was still the same as last year's 7 battles. Every participant had their own number, and they would draw lots to choose their opponent. After drawing lots, Zhao Feng returned behind First Elder. Brother Zhao, the strongest ones in this competition should be Beimua and Ran Xiaoyuan. As long as you don't meet either of them, you should be able to win 4 battles in a row. Yang Gan analyzed. Beimua was the strongest amongst the latest batch of disciples in terms of talent, comprehension, and cultivation. And now he had reached the third sky of the Ascended Realm, and he was showing signs of surpassing Haiyan Master. As for Ran Xiaoyuan, she was a core disciple of the Clan Master, and her cultivation had reached the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. These two, I know them both. A weird expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The competition soon began. 1. On the formation platform, a layer of transparent, white ripples lit up. There were already 2 disciples on the platform, and they had begun to fight. One of them was Xiao Sunday. After the Xing family mission, Xiao Sun had used his fortune to break through to the second sky of the Ascended Realm. And this time his opponent was an older disciple at the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm. After exchanging 20 moves, Xiao Sun lost and left the stage. The winner would advance to the next round and fight with the other winners. The competition proceeded in an orderly manner. Bei Moi, Ran Xiaoyuan, Sun Yuanhao, and the other disciples all started to fight. On the 8th round, Bei Moi appeared. Northern dark, heavenly water. A dark blue true force surged around Bei Moi. Like a ripple of water, it transformed into a whirlpool shape, like a small waterfall. It shot out tens of meters. What's going on? His opponent felt like he was suffocating, and his face turned red. Wah! The disciple at the peak second sky spat out a mouthful of blood. Bei Moi withdrew the dark blue whirlpool with a whoosh. Otherwise, that move just now would have been enough to crush his opponent to death. So strong! The participants were dumbfounded. Even some of the core disciples were startled. Chapter 162. Many people didn't understand how Bei Moi beat his opponent, because, from the looks of it, Bei Moi's attack didn't seem to hit his target. He made his opponent cough out blood with just his intent alone. This Bei Moi isn't the same Bei Moi from the Guanjuan Palace. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn. Bei Moi's talent wasn't just close to the earth's spiritual body, it was also his comprehension. He cultivates the northern dark, heavenly water. This skill was brought out from the floating crest palace by Elder Haiyan. Being a high-class mortal skill, not many people have managed to learn it. First Elder said slowly, "Northern dark, heavenly water." Zhao Feng could feel that Bei Moi's skill wasn't simple, just like his lightning wind palm. No one knew if First Elder's words were directed at Zhao Feng or if he was reminding him. Defeating his opponent in one move, Bei Moi's strength left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. It was hard to imagine how strong he was to force his opponent to cough out blood with just his intent alone. Brother Bei is indeed strong to be able to learn the northern dark, heavenly water. It looks like there's no more suspense in this competition. Quan Chan exclaimed as a hint of jealousy and helplessness flashed in his eyes. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before Bei Moi surpassed him and Yuanji. After Bei Moi appeared, Ran Xiaoyuan, Sun Yuanhao, and Lu Yu all displayed their strength. Ran Xiaoyuan defeated her opponent at the peak second sky in one move. Sun Yuanhao's luck wasn't that great. His opponent was at the third sky of the Ascended Realm. After exchanging 20 to 20 moves, Sun Yuanhao also defeated his opponent easily. Although only those at the third sky of the Ascended Realm have a chance, the disciples of the elders can't be judged by normal standards. Zhao Feng thought. For example, Sun Yuanhao had excellent aptitude and comprehension. He cultivated a high-rank mortal cultivation technique and 2 middle-rank mortal cultivation techniques. With the combination of the 3, he could unleash a powerful force. Normal inner disciples would only have 1 or 2 middle-class mortal skills, and they couldn't even touch the high-class mortal skills. Therefore, Zhao Feng estimated Sun Yuanhao's strength to be at the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. Although he was at the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm, his battle power was a full rank higher. As for Bei Moi and Ran Xiaoyuan, their strength was comparable to cultivators at the fourth sky. The 12th match, Zhao Feng versus Luo Haiqiang. Vice Hall Chief Li's voice sounded. Zhao Feng's body was like a swimming fish. In just a few breaths, he had leaped onto the platform. His opponent was a disciple at the third sky. Of the 40 people who signed up, only a third of them had reached the third sky of the Ascended Realm. Therefore, encountering someone at the third sky of the Ascended Realm in the first round was considered unlucky. Zhao Feng's blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his only eye shone with a cold and sharp luster. Looks like you're the madman who trained the lightning wind palm. Luo Haiqiang licked his lips, his body tensed up, but he was secretly accumulating true power, not daring to be careless. A madman who practiced the lightning wind palm? Zhao Feng's figure attracted the attention of many sect members. Wind, rising thunder. Zhao Feng was expressionless as he thrust out his palm, his blue hair flowing like a waterfall. In that instant, a violent gust of wind blew, and the sound of thunder could be heard, as if a dark cloud of lightning had struck out. Woo! Luo Haiqiang's body froze, and he found it hard to breathe. It was as if he had been enveloped by a violent storm of lightning. 7 fingers of destruction. Luckily, he had already condensed his true force to the maximum, and a few arcs of purple lightning appeared on his fingertips, which had enough power to pierce through steel. Whoosh! As soon as his attack left his body, it was devoured by the violent aura of the wind, rising thunder. With a loud explosion, Luo Haiqiang was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're very strong. Luo Haiqiang's face was pale white as he admitted defeat. The spectators broke out into chaos. Many people exclaimed at the power of the lightning wind palm, winning in one move against someone of a higher cultivation. Is this the power of the lightning wind palm? Yang Gan's expression changed slightly. His control of the lightning wind palm is obviously better than Qin Er's, and his moves are more mature. A light flashed in First Elder's eyes. First Elder had a disciple in the past, who was Yang Gan's senior brother, who trained in the lightning wind palm, but met with misfortune. After Zhao Feng won, he returned to First Elder's side and waited for the next round. Soon, all the disciples had finished the first round. Amongst them, Lin Fan had displayed great strength, easily defeating a disciple at the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm. That Zhao Feng and Lin Fan both easily passed the first round. Xiao Sun, who was below the stage, felt a sense of unwillingness and disappointment. He had entered this competition to try his luck, but he had lost in the first round. Every time he lost, the distance between him and the floating crest trial would increase. After resting for half an hour, the second round was about to begin. The competition used a promotion system, where the winner would fight against the winner. There would be a total of 7 battles. If one could win 4 battles in a row, they would be able to enter the trial. In reality, according to past experiences, not many people could win 4 battles in a row because the more they won, the more terrifying their opponents would be. None of the opponents that could win consecutively were easy to deal with. Xiao Sun lost once again in the second round, which made him almost go crazy. Lin Fan's luck wasn't good either. His opponent was a cultivator at the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. Lin Fan is definitely going to lose this time. Xiao Sun thought, and Yun Mingxiang, who was standing next to him, also smiled faintly. However, the result was out of his expectations. Lin Fan exchanged 50 blows with his opponent and barely won by 1 move. This guy actually has a high-rank mortal skill, and with a common rank divine weapon, his strength has become so terrifying. Xiao Sun felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Both of them had participated in missions and obtained opportunities. However, Lin Fan's growth had far surpassed his. The biggest difference was that Lin Fan had a high-class mortal skill. Logically speaking, Xiao Sun and Lin Fan didn't have enough contribution points to get a high-class mortal skill, not to mention a mortal weapon. Lin Fan and Zhao Feng have been very close recently. Regret flashed through Yun Mingxiang's eyes as she guessed the truth. Zhao Feng's reward from the last mission was much better than the others, so it wasn't hard for him to get a few weapons. Lin Fan could only improve so much with Zhao Feng's help. In the second round, Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan were still unshakable, easily defeating their opponents in one move. Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan are probably the strongest amongst the participants. Even cultivators at the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to take 3 moves from them. Zhao Feng isn't weak either. His lightning wind palm isn't any weaker than Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan's. The crowd discussed amongst themselves. Up until now, Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyuan, and Zhao Feng had all crushed their opponents with their strength. Amongst them, Beimoi's performance was the most shocking. He had defeated the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm in one move. Even cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm might not be his opponent. Some of the inner disciples were wary and fearful of Beimoi. Most of the participants didn't want to face Beimoi. Soon, the second round also came to an end. At this moment, there were less than 10 people who had won 2 times in a row. With the format of the competition, it was hard to win 2 times in a row without absolute strength. Soon it was the third round. The disciples who had won 2 times in a row all felt that their opponents were hard to deal with. In the third round, Lin Fan met a strong opponent, Lu Yu'er. Lu Yu'er's cultivation was higher than his, and her skills were also slightly better than his. But after 20 moves, Lu Yu'er was at a disadvantage. After all, in terms of battle ability, she wasn't as good as Lin Fan. Wang. At this moment, the jade sword in her hand glowed brightly, and the speed and power of her sword increased dramatically. In just a short instant, Lu Yu'er's attack had doubled. Middle grade, mortal weapon. Many people below the stage exclaimed in shock. I admit defeat. Lin Fan didn't waste any more time and admitted defeat. He might as well conserve his energy for the next battle. Zhao Feng versus Sun Yuanhao. In the third round, Zhao Feng also met a strong opponent. Sun Yuanhao was the changeable body cultivator who had just entered the sect. At that time, he had been taken in by Elder Shui and trained with great care. Looking at his current achievements, Sun Yuanhao was second only to Beimoi. After all, the latter had entered the clan a month earlier than him and had a higher starting point. The crowd was full of anticipation for this battle. An elder's disciple meeting together would attract a lot of attention in the competition. However, the anticipated battle didn't happen. Silver wall technique. Zhao Feng's body shook and a layer of silver light appeared on his body. His body was perfect like a crystal and gave off a pressure. This guy's body strengthening has reached such a level. The crowd was shocked. On the spectator stand, Elder Shui's eyebrows twitched. He exchanged glances with the first elder before shaking his head and sighing. Lightning wind palm. With this as the foundation, Zhao Feng used lightning wind palm and appeared in front of Sun Yuanhao. Boom! Pa! Bang! Zhao Feng suppressed Sun Yuanhao with lightning speed. The first move, Sun Yuanhao was pushed back and his blood boiled. The second move, his true force defense, was broken. The third move, he spat out blood. I lost, but I didn't use my middle grade mortal weapon. Sun Yuanhao said, slightly depressed. Zhao Feng's attacks were too fast, and he didn't even have time to use his middle grade mortal weapon, or else he wouldn't have lost so badly. The third round of the competition slowly came to an end. Up until now, there were very few people who still had a winning streak. Zhao Feng looked around and saw that there were only 4 people left. They were Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyuan, Zhao Feng, and Lu Yu'er. The rest had lost to some extent. For someone like Lin Fan, who had 2 wins and 1 loss, his record wasn't bad. Many people had 2 losses and 1 win, and some even had 3 losses in a row, like Xiao Sun, who was at the second sky of the Ascended Realm. It's going to be the 4th round soon. Zhao Feng was slightly looking forward to it. There were only 4 people who had 4 wins in a row. This meant that he had a 1 in 3 chance of meeting Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyun, or Lu Yu. If he met Lu Yu, Zhao Feng wouldn't feel any pressure. But if he met Beimoi or Ran Xiaoyun, it would be troublesome. Both Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyun could challenge those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. The crowd rested for half an hour before drawing lots. The 4th round finally began. Although this round was not the last round, it was a very crucial round. Zhao Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at the lot in his hand. His opponent wasn't Lu Yu. Chapter 163. The 4th round attracted a lot of attention. In this round, the strongest person with 4 consecutive wins would be chosen, and the winner would directly enter the floating crest trial. There were 4 people participating: Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyun, Zhao Feng, and Lu Yu. These 4 represented the upper echelons of the clan behind them. Beimoi represented High Yun Master. Behind Ran Xiaoyun was a sect leader. Zhao Feng represented First Elder. Behind Lu Yu was Granny Luyue. Therefore, the battle for the 4 wins wasn't only the most important part of the competition, it also represented the power of the upper echelons of the clan. Junior Martial Brother Zhao, you must win honor for Master in this battle. If your opponent is Lu Yu, your chances of winning will be higher. Yonggan smiled as he patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. Lu Yu? Zhao Feng thought in his heart that it wasn't her. The opponents were decided by drawing lots. Zhao Feng didn't even watch the first few rounds. But in the 4th round, he was familiar with any of the 3 opponents. Both Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyun were hard to deal with. If Zhao Feng didn't use his left eye and bloodline power, he wouldn't have the confidence to win. He could challenge those at higher cultivation, but his opponents had the same ability, and their cultivation was even higher. Sister Ran, who's your opponent? As long as you don't meet Beimoi, there won't be a problem. Sister Yuan looked curiously at Ran Xiaoyun. Sister Yuan didn't pay attention to the opponents in the first few rounds. But the 4th round was very important, and every opponent was extremely strong. It's him. Ran Xiaoyun's eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes were filled with worry, as if she had been wronged. Him? Which one? Sister Yuan followed her gaze, and saw that it was the azure-haired one-eyed youth. He isn't that perfect? Sister Ran, you have to help me teach this shameless brat a lesson. Sister Yuan was happy instead of angry. She wanted Ran Xiaoyun to meet Zhao Feng so that he could teach that brat a lesson for her. But Ran Xiaoyun wanted to say something, but stopped. Her eyelashes trembled and her hands clenched. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng's gaze swept over. Ran Xiaoyun's pretty face blushed slightly, her bright eyes evading his gaze as if she was a little afraid. Junior Sister Ran, you have to summon your courage. Don't be frightened by his appearance. With your strength, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Senior Sister Yuan cheered for her junior sister. Oh, Xiao Yuan's opponent is the disciple who practices the lightning wind palm? A clear and melodious voice of a woman could be heard. It had the warmth of spring rain bathing the earth. The person who spoke was the clan master of the Broken Moon clan. Her beautiful face gave others a sense of nobility. Master, it's that kid, Senior Sister Yuan said respectfully. Hearing this, the Broken Moon clan master's eyebrows furrowed, and she murmured in a low tone. Xiao Yuan's situation might be even worse than meeting Beimoi. How is this possible? Senior Sister Yuan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. This is just my intuition. Maybe it's because he practices the lightning wind palm. The Broken Moon clan master smiled and returned to normal. The 4th round had begun. Lin Fan and son Yuan Hao had both successfully passed. Xiao Sun, on the other hand, had already lost 4 times in a row. His face was gray, and he gave up. Finally, at a certain moment, the battle reached its climax, and a wave of cheers came from the crowd. The 2 sides were Beimoi and Lu Yu. Lu Yu gritted her teeth, and she immediately used the power of her middle-grade mortal weapon. Crescent Moon, sword technique. The jade-like soft sword in her hand transformed into a cold sword aura that flickered with arcs of light. Rays of sword aura were like sharp crescent moons. A layer of strange runes appeared on the soft sword, and the speed and power of the sword increased dramatically. Along with her middle-grade mortal weapon, Lu Yuer's attacks were enough to kill those at the peak third sky of the Ascended Realm. However, her opponent wasn't a normal cultivator at the third sky of the Ascended Realm. Northern Dark Heavenly Water, Screen Water Sword. Bei Moi's face was stiff, but his hands were extremely agile as he waved them around. A layer of dark blue true force that was like a water screen quickly shuttled back and forth, forming a transparent ripple sword image that was 3 meters long and a few meters wide. Peh! 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 The rippling sword shadow, under the influence of the true power, formed a large-scale attack and clashed with Lu Yuer's sword technique. After a series of exchanges, Lu Yuer retreated a few steps and her breathing quickened. Bei Moi stood calmly on the spot. This was the first time that Bei Moi didn't win in one move. After all, Lu Yuer's attacks were comparable to the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm with the help of her Crescent Moon sword skill and her weapon. Bei Moi was as calm as an ancient well. He pushed with both hands, unleashing wave after wave of suppressive attacks. Pung! Peh! Boom! Between the two of them, multicolored light shone brilliantly and water shadows rippled. After holding on for 10 moves, Lu Yuer was gasping for breath. Your attacks can threaten those at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation isn't high enough and you can't last long with a middle-grade mortal weapon. Bei Moi's words hit the nail on the head. Lu Yuer's face was pale. Facing Bei Moi's strength, comprehension, and intelligence, she had no chance. I admit defeat. Lu Yuer bit her lips as she put away her soft sword. Bei Moi! Bei Moi! After 4 consecutive victories, Bei Moi's fame rose. The middle and upper echelons of the clan nodded their heads, as if they could see the future of a new star. Unfortunately, I didn't meet a real opponent this time. When Bei Moi walked off the stage, his calm eyes looked towards a certain direction, and he radiated mental energy. Everyone looked over in shock. The target of Bei Moi's mental energy was the youth behind First Elder. It was an azure-haired, one-eyed youth who gave off a wicked feeling. It's this guy again. Even Bei Moi wants to fight him. Although Brother Zhao trains the lightning wind palm, he might not be Bei Moi's match. The crowd discussed. It could be imagined that with their strength they would fight for the title of core disciple in the future, and they would meet sooner or later. Zhao Feng stood expressionlessly as he remembered his promise with Bei Moi. We'll fight after we enter the clan. A battle of strength. The battle between Zhao Feng and Bei Moi was getting closer and closer. The 4th round of the competition was still ongoing. Zhao Feng versus Ran Xiaoyuan. As soon as the words were said, the crowd went into an uproar. It was another battle of 4 consecutive victories. Zhao Feng and Ran Xiaoyuan had both won 3 in a row, and whoever won would be able to enter the trial. Sister Ran, the battle is about to begin. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Sister Yuan gritted her teeth and said, Sister Ran, don't go easy. I won't go easy. Ran Xiaoyuan condensed her heavenly wind true force and raised her slightly red face. Her crystal-clear eyes looked straight at Zhao Feng for the first time, and she didn't back off. The young girl was still a bit young and inexperienced, but on her pure and flawless face, there was some determination and strength that she deliberately pretended to be. Zhao Feng laughed in his heart as he caught the nervousness in Ran Xiaoyuan's heart. Heavenly wind shadow. Ran Xiaoyuan's petite figure suddenly flashed, as if she had turned into a gust of wind and disappeared. Heavenly wind shadow. Zhao Feng's figure also moved weirdly. His intent and movements were exactly the same as Ran Xiaoyuan's. What's going on? The spectators in the arena cried out in surprise. Zhao Feng and Ran Xiaoyuan's movements and intent were exactly the same. Wind slasher stance. Wind slasher stance. The two waved their palms at the same time. In a split second, the sharp green wind was like a long and narrow blade, cutting through the air and destroying everything. Ran Xiaoyuan was shocked. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Zhao Feng strangely. Swirling wind stance. Zhao Feng's figure suddenly leapt into the air. His green hair danced in the wind as he followed a mysterious and natural path. A layer of green wind swirled in his palm as he pounced towards Ran Xiaoyuan. This swirling wind stance was the mysterious wind palm that he had secretly learned in the Blood Python Canyon. In the Heavenly Wind God technique, this move originated from the swirling wind stance. Swirling wind stance. Ran Xiaoyuan exclaimed as she leapt into the air and used the same move to clash with Zhao Feng. Looking at the familiar figure and actions, Zhao Feng felt a sense of familiarity. The same actions and figure had been replayed in the dimension of his left eye thousands of times. At this moment, facing this move in real life, Zhao Feng's eyes were dazed for a moment. Boom! The strong gust of wind exploded and sent Zhao Feng flying. The two had trained in the Heavenly Wind God technique and had reached the same level. But Zhao Feng's cultivation was lower than Ran Xiaoyuan's. Furthermore, there was a gap in Zhao Feng's mind. This brat's inner strength is the same as Sister Ran's. What is he trying to do? Pa! This brat even stared at Sister Ran lustfully in the middle of the battle. Sister Yuan stood on the spot and stomped her feet. The Broken Moon clan master's beautiful eyes scanned the two on the stage. A weird look appeared in First Elder's eyes. I admit defeat. Zhao Feng suddenly laughed as he jumped off the stage. This scene caused everyone's jaws to drop. From the start, the feeling that Zhao Feng gave them was that he was calm, emotionless, powerful, and even insane. They didn't think that he would admit defeat at this moment. You haven't lost yet, Ran Xiaoyuan reacted and said with a red face. A battle that everyone was looking forward to had ended so hastily. Brother Zhao, how can you play like this? Your personal victory is related to Master's face, Yang Gan said unhappily. Although Ran Xiaoyuan's strength wasn't weak, Yang Gan knew that Zhao Feng definitely had a chance. It's enough as long as I can participate in the floating crest trial. Even if I get first in the competition, it's useless if I don't gain anything from the trial, Zhao Feng said casually. The reason why he admitted defeat was because of 3 reasons. Firstly, Ran Xiaoyuan's strength wasn't weak. If he didn't use his left eye and bloodline power, it would be hard for him to win. Secondly, there was no benefit in winning 4 battles in a row. It was tiring work and there was no reward. Of course, the most important reason was that he had a special feeling towards Ran Xiaoyuan, and he felt that he owed her a favor. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Ran Xiaoyuan was slightly uneasy. This Zhao Feng is so cunning. He didn't even fight head-on with Sister Ran. And there's another possibility. Maybe he really likes Sister Ran, or else why would he give up the glory of winning 4 battles in a row? Sister Yuan said hatefully. The words she said to herself made Ran Xiaoyuan's face turn bright red. She lowered her head and glanced at the calm azure-haired youth from the corner of her eyes. The words and expressions of the two didn't escape the Broken Moon clan master's eyes. Being the clan master, her eyebrows furrowed. The competition wasn't the main point. With the support of the recommendation. Chapter 164. After Zhao Feng's defeat, the battle for the 4 wins in a row came to an end. Although many people were suspicious of his defeat, since Zhao Feng had admitted defeat, there was nothing they could do. The floating crest competition was coming to an end after 4 rounds. Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan, who had won 4 wins in a row, had the right to participate in the trial. The remaining disciples would be determined through the final ranking of the competition to determine the few remaining spots. The quota for this trial was determined internally by the three great true disciples. Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan had won 4 wins in a row, taking 2 spots. This meant that there were only 5 spots left. Brother Zhao, you didn't use your full strength just then, and you missed a chance. If you don't put in more effort, you might not be able to participate in this trial. Being his senior brother, Yangon had to remind him. Don't worry, senior brother. Zhao Feng nodded his head. For the next 3 rounds, Zhao Feng had to guarantee that he wouldn't lose any of them. Only then would he be guaranteed a spot. Everything was within Zhao Feng's control. Apart from Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan, no one else could fight against him. In the 5th round, Zhao Feng won in 1 move against a cultivator at the peak 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. At this moment, the strength he displayed shocked everyone. In the 6th round, Zhao Feng's opponent was Lin Fan. I admit defeat. Lin Fan didn't want to waste his energy on Zhao Feng, so he admitted defeat. The 7th round. His opponent was Lu Yu, whose threat was only below Beimoi and Ran Xiaoyuan. Everyone thought that there would be an exciting battle. But who would have thought that Zhao Feng would defeat Lu Yu, in just a few moves? In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng had won 6 battles and was ranked first amongst the remaining disciples. This Zhao Feng's strength isn't any weaker than Beimoi and Sister Ran. He did go easy on them just then. Sister Yuan's eyes twinkled as she stared at Ran Xiaoyuan. I don't know either. Junior Sister Ran's face turned red. She shook her head shyly and uneasily. Her eyes became watery as if she had been greatly wronged. This matter has nothing to do with little Yuan. Zhao Feng admitted defeat and avoided a bitter battle. The Broken Moon clan master spoke. The competition was about to come to an end. The spots for the Floating Crest trial had been decided. Only the top 7 would have the chance to participate in the Floating Crest trial. The 7 disciples were Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyuan, Zhao Feng, Lu Yu, Sun Yuanhao, Lin Fan, and Qin Yu. Other than the last disciple, Chen Yu, who was at the peak of the 3rd layer, Zhao Feng was more familiar with the rest. 3 core disciples and 7 inner disciples. A total of 10 people would be participating in the Floating Crest trial in 10 days. Yangon, Quan Chen, Lu Hu, Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyuan, Zhao Feng, the 10 of you will receive a chance to enter the Floating Crest trial once every 5 years. A loud and powerful voice reverberated in the central hall square. The Floating Crest tournament came to an end. The tournament only confirmed the spots. The true fortune was the Floating Crest trial. In 10 days, the 10 of you will gather here. The Broken Moon clan master's clear and gentle voice resounded. As soon as she finished speaking, the auras of the 5 cultivators at the True Spirit realm shot through the air. The crowd started to drift apart, and many of the losers had dim eyes. I didn't think I would have the chance to participate in the Floating Crest trial. Lin Fan felt as if he was in a dream. Although he was once the top outer disciple, he hadn't been an inner disciple for long, and he didn't have any hopes of participating in the Floating Crest trial. However, the green-haired youth beside him had changed his fate, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Through the Xing family's mission, Lin Fan was able to use this as a springboard to break through to the 2nd sky of the Ascended Realm so quickly. Then, Zhao Feng gave him a high-class mortal skill, which made up for the difference between him and the elders and disciples. Adding on Lin Fan's own strength and hard work, he had grabbed onto this chance. Lin Fan took a deep breath and didn't say any words of gratitude. He just remembered this favor. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan returned to where they were staying. In the distance, there were 2 people walking shoulder to shoulder. Xiao Sun and Princess Yunmingxiang. Xiao Sun's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart was filled with unfairness. He had forgotten that he didn't plan on entering the trial in the first place. But seeing Zhao Feng and Princess Yunmingxiang obtain the right to enter the trial, he couldn't calm down no matter what. Princess Yunmingxiang sighed in regret. but she knew it was too late. If she had maintained her relationship with Xiao Feng, she might be the same as Lin Fan right now. After returning to their place, Xiao Feng and Lin Fan didn't care about anything else as they focused on preparing for the floating crest trial. The 5th day, First Elder called Yangon and Xiao Feng over. Xiao Feng understood that First Elder was looking for them because of the floating crest trial. The Broken Moon clan's floating crest trial was held once every 5 years and had been held many times. Hai Yun Master wasn't the only one. Even First Elder had participated 100 years ago. The lifespan of cultivators at the True Spirit Realm was over 300 years old, which was considered long. First Elder was around 100 to 200 years old, so he definitely had some understanding of the floating crest trial. The content of the floating crest trial has always been different. But one thing hasn't changed, which is that the longer you stay in the trial, the higher your score will be recognized by the floating crest palace. At the same time, the longer you stay in the trial, the greater your fortune will be. The Great Elder gave a simple explanation. After hearing this, Xiao Feng started to think, can it be understood as time of survival? The longer you stay in the trial, the higher your score will be? That's right. It's a competition of survival time. Whoever survives longer in the trial will be the biggest winner. First Elder revealed a look of praise. Of course, you will also face some temptations in the middle of the trial. These temptations are often accompanied by danger, and if you aren't careful, you will be kicked out. It all depends on how well you handle it. The Great Elder added. First Elder didn't say too much about the floating crest trial. Many things depended on strength, followed by comprehension. After saying goodbye to First Elder, Xiao Feng returned to his place. He told the situation to Lin Fan. In the last 4 to 5 days, Xiao Feng continued to cultivate. Because his silver wall technique had reached the 11th level, his cultivation increased quickly. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the peak second sky of the Ascended Realm. In the blink of an eye, the last 5 days had passed. On this morning, before the sun even rose, 10 disciples gathered in front of the central hall. These 10 were the inner disciples that were participating in the floating crest trial. Xiao Feng scanned the 10 disciples with the 3 core disciples at the center. 3 core disciples, Yangon, Quan Chen, and Lu Hu. Yangon, ranked second amongst the core disciples, 5th sky of the Ascended Realm and one of the top contenders for the head disciple position. Lu Hu, ranked 7th amongst the core disciples, 4th sky of the Ascended Realm and specializes in body strengthening. Quan Chen, ranked 10th amongst the core disciples, 4th sky of the Ascended Realm and a new core disciple. The strongest was without a doubt Yangon. Many people in the clan, including First Elder, had high hopes for Yangon. Some people even guessed that Yangon's result might even catch up to Hai Yin Master, who had been the strongest in the past few decades. Secondly, Beimoi, who wasn't even a core disciple, was also looked upon favorably by the upper echelons. Standing in the crowd, Lin Fan felt slightly uneasy. Almost all of his opponents were stronger than him. Junior Martial Brother Zhao, will your senior Martial Brother Yang take care of you in the trial? Lin Fan asked. No. Xiao Feng shook his head decisively. The floating crest trial was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. Everyone who entered the trial had to give it their all. Once they entered the trial, Yangon would fight for the best result and wouldn't have the time to bother with Xiao Feng. According to First Elder, the trial was filled with fortune and danger. If one wasn't careful, even someone at the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to do anything. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Feng's calm expression and couldn't help but admire him. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, but he didn't reply. After understanding the trial, he wasn't worried at all. With the mysterious left eye, he had great control in actual combat, and his survivability was extremely high. Competing in survival time, Xiao Feng snickered coldly in his heart as his left eye started to heat up. So, the auras of several true spirit realm experts flew through the air and floated above the central palace. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. They saw the clan master, first elder, and the other 3 elders fly above the floating crest palace. The floating crest palace was surrounded by arcs of lightning that floated in the rain, giving off an aura of a legend. Zhao Feng could sense that the lightning around the floating crest palace had reached a peak, as if it had reached a saturated state. "Open!" First Elder exclaimed as a surge of true spirit chi appeared in his palm and a river of azure light flowed into the floating crest palace. At the same time, the Patriarch and the other 3 elders all made their moves. Their powerful true force caused the clouds to shake and the mountains to flow into the floating crest palace. The 5 true spirit realm experts all took action, causing the mysterious floating crest palace to tremble and the lightning around it to become denser. Finally, all of the lightning gathered at one point and under the guidance of the 5 true spirit realm experts merged into the palace. Everyone could feel the air around the floating crest palace tremble. Zhao Feng secretly circulated his left eye and saw a transparent ripple that merged into the space around the floating crest palace. When his left eye was opened, it could see through the blindfold, but its power was slightly reduced. However, Zhao Feng could still see that the 5 true spirit realm experts were using the ancient array to open this mysterious palace. Otherwise, just the lightning around the palace would be enough to kill those at the true spirit realm. A while later, with a hung, a door opened at the front of the floating crest palace. The inside was completely white, and even Zhao Feng's left eye couldn't see through it. The floating crest palace has opened. Everyone was excited. At the entrance of the floating crest palace, there were rows of cyan stairs. The 5 true spirit realm experts stood on the stairs and signaled the people below to come up. So, the 10 elite disciples at the ascended realm all circulated their true force and leapt onto the stairs of the floating crest palace. Standing on the stairs, Zhao Feng felt an ancient aura as he stared at the entrance of the palace. Chapter 165. The 10 elite disciples stood in a line at the entrance of the floating crest palace. The clan master and 4 elders had just opened the floating crest palace, and their auras were slightly weak. The 5 cultivators at the true spirit realm sat cross-legged at the entrance. While they were resting, their gazes landed on the 10 elite disciples with anticipation in their eyes. The Broken Moon clan master smiled and nodded her head towards Ran Seiyuan with a hint of encouragement. First Elder's expression was calm as he looked towards Yangon and Zhao Feng, especially the former. Elder Shui, Haiyun Master, and Granny Luiwa also had their own disciples participating in the floating crest trial. Zhao Feng could faintly feel that this floating crest trial was a competition between the elders. Amongst the crowd, one of the 3 core disciples, Quan Chen, coldly glanced at Zhao Feng. Ever since the Xing family mission and Zhao Feng becoming first elder's disciple, Quan Chen had been suppressing the anger in his heart. And now his chance had finally arrived, the floating crest trial. The floating crest trial was filled with danger and fortune. In the past, there had been many deaths. More importantly, the cultivators of the true spirit realm outside the floating crest palace couldn't see what was happening inside. The entrance of the floating crest palace, shook slightly. The white entrance was a huge azure door of light that was more than 30 meters long and wide. Around a few breaths later, the azure door stabilized. The entrance is stable. After 10 people enter, the door will automatically close and the trial will begin. First Elder warned. Shua, shua. Everyone understood and used their movement techniques, turning into afterimages and passing through the green door of light. Shua. The second they passed through the azure door, Zhao Feng felt a numbing sensation spread throughout his body. In the next instant, Everyone appeared in a dark space with a weird black and gold road that was tens of yards wide. On both sides of the black and gold road was an endless abyss with strong winds that could shatter metal and threaten cultivators at the fourth sky of the ascended realm. In this dark space, even though everyone had reached the transcending mortality stage and their bodies had undergone a transformation, giving them a certain level of night vision, their vision was still limited. But there was one exception, and that was Zhao Feng. The dim space had little effect on him. "Why can't I move?" The 10 elite disciples felt their bodies go numb and stiff. They felt like they couldn't control their bodies. Shoo! Shoo! Swoosh! In the dusky space, a few bright spots appeared and turned into 10 transparent, ancient, green command tokens. With a whoosh, they merged into everyone's bodies. At the same time, a harsh voice sounded in everyone's head. "The floating crest trial has begun. The floating crest token will be used to calculate your results." Everyone was prepared for this before they entered the floating crest palace. According to the rules of the trial, the longer you persist, the better your results will be. The number of trials you pass, as well as your performance along the way, will affect your results. The results of the trial will determine the final reward. The stiff and mechanical voice sounded as if it was just following a rule. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt the numbness in his body gradually disappear. His body could move. First trial, Abyss Path of Death, time limit, 3 days. The stiff voice said the last sentence before disappearing. Everyone stood on the black gold road, not knowing what to do. The black gold road was made of a tough material that gave off a cold feeling. With everyone's strength, it was hard to damage it at all. On both sides of the road was an endless abyss. The wind howled and changed at any moment without any pattern. Zhao Feng analyzed if they jumped into the abyss, apart from the 3 core disciples who could resist for a while, everyone else would be ripped to shreds. The only safe place was the black gold road. Not knowing why, Zhao Feng felt a chill down his spine as he felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. "Come! Come! Come!" From the darkness behind the black gold road came a soul-shaking sound. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the area. "What is that?" Everyone, including the 3 core disciples, looked behind them, but they could only see a giant, blurry figure. "Oh my God!" Zhao Feng looked back, and his heart shook in shock. "Go!" Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng messaged Lin Fan and ran towards the black gold road. Lin Fan didn't have any suspicions as he followed Zhao Feng and ran. Quan Chen and company were puzzled, but the sound of heavy metal footsteps came closer and closer. The terrifying aura made it hard for them to breathe, and their blood froze. Of the 10, a few instinctively followed Zhao Feng. "Come! Come!" From the endless darkness, a giant golden-black monster that was 30 feet tall walked out. It was as tall as a 3-story building, and its eyes glowed with a dark green light. It seemed like it had just opened, and the light was growing brighter. A pair of metal wings extended from the back of the black metal monster, and its entire body was surrounded by a layer of dark green light that enveloped a radius of 100 feet. "What monster is that?" Everyone's heart shook. "Everyone run." This black gold monster's aura is comparable to an expert at the true spirit realm. Yangon exclaimed. Even someone as strong as him, who had reached the 5th sky of the ascended realm, had no way of fighting back against an existence at the true spirit realm. There was only one outcome for anyone who faced the black gold giant monster: instant death. Yangon didn't dare doubt this, and Zhao Feng didn't dare doubt it. Zhao Feng's eyesight was the best, and he immediately saw the black gold monster's aura. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to run. Run forward. There was no path of retreat. Behind them was the black gold monster that could instantly kill everyone, and on both sides was the abyss. There was only one path of survival. So. The 3 core disciples were the fastest, and they circulated their true force to reach the front in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhao Feng and Lin Fan behind. Lin Fan's expression changed, but there was nothing he could do. Among the 10 challengers, the 3 direct disciples had the most profound cultivation foundations. Kung, 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 the sound of metal footsteps came from behind. It seemed like the black gold monster was only walking quickly, but its speed wasn't slow either. Every step it took covered 10 meters. The heavy footsteps and the terrifying aura of the true spirit realm caused everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. Once this monster catches up to us, we'll all be instantly killed. Quan Chen was filled with fear, and he didn't have the time to scheme against Zhao Feng in this situation. Despair of death. Everyone tensed up and ran at full speed. Brother Zhao, why aren't you running faster? Lin Fan and Zhao Feng jumped shoulder to shoulder and found that the latter's speed was neither fast nor slow. Zhao Feng's eyes were sharp and his expression was calm as he looked behind him and said in a low tone, "Didn't you hear the notification? The first trial, Abyss of Death, has 3 days." Lin Fan paused for a moment before his expression changed dramatically and he took in a cold breath. "Can you maintain full speed for 3 days?" Zhao Feng said calmly, "No, I can only maintain full speed for 4 hours at most." Lin Fan shook his head. If one used the body lightning technique, the speed of those at the ascended realm could reach several times that of horses. However, maintaining full speed consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, the first trial had 3 days. The floating crest trial won't send a monster at the true spirit realm to kill us. Otherwise, do you think we'd have a chance to escape? Zhao Feng continued to ask. No chance. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Facing someone at the true spirit realm, they had no ability to fight back. If the 10 of them stood together, an expert at the true spirit realm would be able to instantly kill them all. The black metal monster's speed is only at the second sky of the ascended realm. As long as we are faster than it and don't get caught up, we'll be fine. We need to maintain our strength and persevere for 3 days. That's the way to go. Zhao Feng revealed the answer. His eyesight was the best, and he could estimate the black metal monster's speed. Thinking back to the restriction of the first trial, he came up with this conclusion. The black metal monster was comparable to those at the true spirit realm in every aspect. The only restriction was its speed. A speed close to the second sky of the ascended realm was slower than any other participant. No wonder. Lin Fan immediately controlled his speed to conserve energy. At the same time, he couldn't help but respect this youth, who was much younger than him. Zhao Feng's calmness and analysis had reached an unbelievable level. Kung, 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 the sound of the heavy metal footsteps became smaller and smaller. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan maintained their speed and were only slightly faster than the black metal monster. As time passed, even if they were slightly faster, the distance between them would increase. A couple of hours later, Hu, Sun Yuanhao, and Lu Yu sat on the metal path in front of them. Running at such a high speed took a lot of energy out of them. The 2 of you ran so slowly, but the black metal monster didn't catch up. Lu Yu's eyebrows furrowed as she said in shock, We only need to be a little bit faster than the black metal monster, and it won't be long before that big guy catches up." Zhao Feng smiled faintly. After a short pause, he and Lin Fan continued on their way, as if they were just sightseeing along the way. That works. Lu Yu and Sun Yuanhao looked at each other in disbelief. But not long later, heavy metal footsteps came from behind them. Run! The 2 looked at the huge black figure behind them, and the terrifying aura made their blood freeze. The first stage of the trial, Death Abyss Path, had a time limit of 3 days. Half a day passed. The disciples who were running for their lives, not long later, used up a lot of their energy. Although everyone had spirit pellets that could replenish Yuan Qi and physical strength, the strain on their bodies and the loss of their profound Qi could not be completely recovered. Furthermore, recovery spiritual pills were effective for a short period of time, but they weren't suitable for continuous use. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan were the first to discover the black metal monster's pattern. They controlled their speed and energy, using the smallest price to achieve the greatest effect. The other disciples ran at full speed for a while before stopping to rest. But just when they recovered their energy, the black metal monster caught up again. Of course, they weren't idiots. They gradually discovered the black metal monster's pattern and adopted a corresponding strategy. Death Abyss Path. The second day. Some disciples were already feeling tired. After all, the black metal monster didn't know fatigue, and they were made of flesh and blood. They needed rest and replenishment. At this time, Zhao Feng discovered that the scenery on both sides of the abyss had changed. In the dark abyss, there were some floating boulders that didn't fall due to the astral wind. At first, Zhao Feng didn't understand. Later on, he realized that there was a tattered wooden house in the area of several floating boulders, and inside lay a skeleton. The skeleton in the wooden house had existed for a long time, but its whole body was glowing with a faint luster. Beside it were some miscellaneous things, a pile of primordial crystal stones, a broken bamboo sword, a jade pendant, a few ancient books. The 3 core disciples were standing there, watching the battle. Chapter 166. Zhao Feng estimated that the wooden house was around 100 yards away from here, with an abyss in the middle. Under normal situations, those at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm or higher wouldn't be able to fly, but flying 100 yards in the air wasn't a problem. But above the abyss, the wind was so strong that normal cultivators at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to last a few breaths before being torn to pieces. At this moment, the 3 core disciples stood at the edge of the black and gold road, but none of them dared to make a move. Zhao Feng's left eye contracted, and he instantly closed the distance of 100 yards to inspect the skeleton and the parts around it. This skeleton has existed for a long time, but it's still glowing. Its cultivation when it was alive was probably at the true spirit realm or higher. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. He wasn't the only one who saw this. The 3 core disciples also knew this point. The items left behind by a true spirit realm cultivator definitely weren't simple, if they weren't damaged after so many years. Broken bamboo sword, jade pendant, ancient book. The materials of these items were extremely unique, and they didn't rot like the skeleton. If I can get the items next to the skeleton, even if I can't pass the trial, it's worth it. Given the age of the corpse, the items left behind might be spirit cultivation techniques and spirit divine weapons. Quan Chen's face was filled with excitement and greed. Everyone was looking forward to the items next to the skeleton. Zhao Feng's left eye saw more clearly, and he came to a conclusion. 1. The broken bamboo sword should be a damaged spiritual grade weapon, and even if it had lost its spirituality, it was still comparable to a peak mortal grade weapon. 2. The jade pendant was smooth and crystal clear, and there seemed to be a unique power flowing on it. This should be a unique treasure, and even if its value wasn't as high as a spiritual grade weapon, it wouldn't be too far off. As for the 2 ancient books, there was no way to guess, but judging from the cultivation of the skeleton when it was alive, the skills recorded within should be at least peak mortal grade. If he could get these items, it might be even better than getting first in the trial. Even Zhao Feng looked forward to it. But as his eyes twinkled, Zhao Feng sighed and said in a low voice, "Let's go!" Lin Fan didn't hesitate and left with Zhao Feng. After entering the trial, Lin Fan listened to Zhao Feng. Indeed, even someone at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm doesn't have the confidence to fly to the opposite wooden house and escape unscathed. Lin Fan thought about it carefully. Even those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm only had a 20% chance of success. Yongan, who had the highest cultivation, might have a 30 to 40% chance, but that would depend on the changes in the astral wind. If the astral wind was at its strongest, he would have no chance at all. My goal is to be number 1 in the trial and surpass Hai Yunjinren, who participated decades ago. Yongan's eyes became determined. He didn't linger and flew away. Quan Chen and Lu Hu, the 2 core disciples, also sighed and left. Most of the disciples would hesitate for a moment in front of the opportunity before them before leaving with great difficulty. As elite disciples, they were able to maintain their rationality and restrain their desires. This was because the probability of obtaining those fortuitous encounters was simply too low. Those below the fourth, heavenly layer basically had no chance. Along the way, floating boulders appeared one after another on both sides of the abyss path, and from time to time, fortuitous encounters appeared on the opposite side. At a certain moment, a garden appeared on the opposite side of the abyss. It was filled with dense yuan qi and legendary treasures, could be seen with the naked eye. Spiritual fragrance fruit, it can increase one's body. Those below the seventh sky of the ascended realm will increase their cultivation by one every time they eat one. Lu Yu recognized one of the fruits and exclaimed, "Moon dragon sprout." It said that it can change one's body and give them the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. There's even a chance to obtain the special abilities of the ancient races. Zhao Feng stared at the garden in front of him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The temptation was too great. There were many treasures in this garden that had the ability to change one's fate. For example, the mysterious left eye could change Zhao Feng's fate. Zhao Feng even found some materials that could be used to refine spiritual pills that could increase one's spiritual body talent. This was something that could change one's fate. The temptation in the garden was far greater than the previous fortuitous encounters. If he could enter the garden, he could change his fate and even break through to the true spirit realm in the future. Spiritual fragrance fruit. Scarlet dragon fruit. A disciple at the peak third sky of the ascended realm said with greed in his eyes. This person's name was Chinyu, and he was the only person that Zhao Feng wasn't familiar with. Tung! Chinyu shouted and activated his true power. His body was surrounded by a red wind wave, and he leaped into the air, hovering above the abyss. The wind above the abyss fluctuated, and Chan Yu's face was bright red. He risked his life and flew 10 to 20 yards in the air as the layer of true force around him shattered. Ah! Chan Yu screamed as he fell into the abyss and disappeared. This scene alarmed the other trial takers nearby. Chan Yu's cultivation is at the peak third sky, and he only flew 10 to 20 yards, not even 1/5 of the distance. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn. His cultivation was lower than Chan Yu's, and his true force couldn't be as thick as the latter's. "Let's go." One of the core disciples, Lu Hu, shook his head and left. Originally, Lu Hu had thought that since he was at the fourth sky of the ascended realm, his body's strengthening skills weren't bad. But after seeing what happened to Chan Yu, Lu Hu was sure that he would only last 40 to 50 yards before falling into the abyss. "Let's continue." Everyone sighed as they put away the greed in their hearts and continued on their way. Kung! Kung! Kung behind them! The black metal monster chased after them tirelessly. It didn't need to rest or replenish its energy. Even though they were fast, they needed to rest and replenish their energy from time to time. "I only have a 30% chance." Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he stared at the garden in front of him, but he gave up in the end. The floating crest trial was long, and there would definitely be more opportunities to choose from. The first trial wasn't just a path of death. It was also a path of temptation. Floating crest palace entrance. 1. The green door of light flashed, and an ancient green halo shot out from it. So fast! The 5 elders who were guarding this place were quite surprised. The light dimmed and a figure appeared. Chan Yu. "What's going on inside? Why did you come out so fast?" Elder Shui asked in a low tone. Chan Yu's face was ashen as he recounted everything that had happened to Zhangxian. "You're an inner disciple. Why couldn't you resist the temptation?" Granny Luiwe had a disappointed expression. "It's not all his fault. The difficulty of this trial seems to be higher than the previous ones. They were even chased by a true spirit realm monster. The temptation on the road is too big." The Broken Moon clan master's voice was as gentle as the sound of nature. "The harder it is, the greater the reward. Unfortunately, this brat didn't even pass the first trial, so there's no reward. Luckily, this is a righteous trial. If it was a demonic trial, how could he have come out alive? First elder faintly smiled. The elders didn't have much reaction towards Chen Yu's failure. After all, their disciple was still in the trial and hadn't been kicked out. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed in the trial. Come, come! The black metal monster chased after them relentlessly, even though its speed wasn't fast. Most of the disciples had to use their willpower and pills to last until now. The most relaxed person was Yonggan. Yonggan's cultivation was the highest, and his speed was several levels higher than the black metal monster. Even Quan Chin found it hard to keep up. The other disciples under the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm had to squeeze out all of their potential in order to endure the pursuit of the black metal monster. Everyone finally understood that the first trial, the Abyss of Death, was to be chased for 3 days and 3 nights with many temptations on the way. There's still half a day left. Everyone hold on. Yonggan was far ahead, and he circulated his true force to encourage everyone. This was all he could do. Once the giant black metal monster caught up, even he would be killed instantly without any suspense. Yonggan's gaze landed on his only junior brother, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's breathing quickened, but his expression was calm. He seemed to be more relaxed than most of the others. On the other hand, Lin Fan was dripping with sweat as he squeezed out all of his potential. Yonggan was extremely surprised. Zhao Feng and Quan Chen's cultivation was the lowest, but they were still able to last until now. This was especially so for Zhao Feng, who was more relaxed than most. There was only half a day left before they could pass the first trial. At this moment, the temptations on both sides were getting closer and closer. Before, the treasures were 100 yards away, but now they were at most 70 to 80 yards away, or even 50 to 60 yards away. But after 2 days of running, most of them were running out of stamina. Furthermore, as the difficulty of the treasures decreased, the value of the treasures also decreased. The greater the treasure, the greater the risk. Now that the treasures have decreased, the risk has also decreased. Zhao Feng nodded his head in his heart. While running, his left eye didn't forget to inspect the treasures and analyze their success rate. However, most of the treasures had a success rate of less than 50%, and the treasures weren't as tempting as before. At a certain moment, the scene on the other side of the abyss suddenly changed. 20 to 30 feet away, an antique pavilion with a radius of about 40 to 50 feet appeared. From within the pavilion came the sound of a lute, and a stunning beauty was sitting there. The girl's skin was white, her eyebrows were like stars, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her every frown and smile made her look like a goddess, but she also gave off an alluring aura that could make one lose their soul. Such a strange scene caused the trial disciples to be on their guard. But when their eyes met the beauty, they were stunned, and a feeling that they had never felt before struck their bodies and souls, making them unable to pull themselves back. This treasure was only 20 to 30 yards away, and the wind around it was relatively weaker. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Quan Chen, Lu Xiaohu, and Sun Yuanhao's eyes were filled with infatuation. What was even weirder was that even Lu Yu'er and Ran Xiaoyuan were dazed as they looked in front of them. Amidst the melodious sound of the zither, almost no one could completely resist the charm of the classical fairy. Within the crowd, only Zhao Feng wasn't affected, and his eyes twinkled as he looked in front of him. The first to react was Yonggan. Next was Lin Fan and the others, who gritted their teeth and stood still. Zhao Feng had a look of praise on his face. He didn't think that Lin Fan's willpower was even stronger than Quan Chen's. Boom! Yonggan's roar was like thunder, which made everyone come back to their senses. Brother Yang, it's only 20 to 30 yards. Should we give it a try? Quan Chin suggested. The ancient goddess in the pavilion was simply too beautiful. She was practically a goddess. 20 to 30 yards is the closest distance so far. Zhao Feng's eyes squinted as he estimated the value of the treasures and the success rate. Chapter 167. The Abyss of Death. In the dark space, on the other side of the abyss where astral winds howled, the beautiful and otherworldly fairy gently stroked the pipa, producing a melodious and pleasant sound. Her beauty was enough to make one suffocate. Her face was like a flawless piece of jade, as if it had been sculpted perfectly. However, there was a hazy feeling to it, and every frown and smile of hers gave off a fatal aura. In anyone's eyes, she was the most perfect image. Even under Yangon's scolding, Quan Chen and the others were still dazed and didn't want to give up on this fortune. So beautiful, but it's too weird. Lin Fan's face turned red as he thought about how dazed he was just then. Looking around, he found that Zhao Feng's expression was calm as usual, as if he wasn't affected at all. It was as if Zhao Feng didn't have any abnormalities from start to finish. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire him. He didn't know if Zhao Feng's willpower was too strong, or if he had a problem with his sexual orientation, or if he hadn't learned anything about relationships yet. Shut up. Yangon took a deep breath and tried his best not to look at the beauty in front of him as he coldly glanced at Quan Chen and the others. This girl is not normal to appear in such a desperate situation. Maybe you've already fallen into her trap. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses. The Floating Crest Palace was isolated from the outside world and only opened once every 5 years. The absolute beauty that appeared in this trial was extremely abnormal and incomparably strange. Everyone broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to look at the beauty. Of course, only Zhao Feng was an exception. He smiled as he admired the beauty in front of him. "Sister Lu, what did you just see?" Zhao Feng looked at Lu Yu, with a mischievous expression. Lu Yu's face went red as she felt guilty. Everyone who saw the scene in the pavilion was the perfect image in their hearts. What men saw were beauties, and what women saw were handsome men. Although the fortune here is close, I advise everyone to give up. We'll pass the first trial soon, and according to previous experiences, as long as we pass the first trial, we'll get some rewards at the end. Yangon said to everyone. Then, without looking back, he turned into a ray of purple light and flew forward. There should be a powerful psychic illusion in that pavilion. We fell for it just now. If I were to be affected by the illusory mental energy during my flight, I'm afraid. Bei Moi left decisively with a cold expression. Everyone was slightly reluctant, but they also knew that the pavilion in front of them was strange and terrifying, so they could only give up and continue forward. Even Quan Chen clenched his teeth and moved his gaze away from the girl. "Junior brother Zhao?" Lin Fan suddenly realized that Zhao Feng was standing at the same spot and had no intention of leaving. "You go first. Maintain a normal speed and pass the first stage." Zhao Feng said calmly. Lin Fan was shocked, but he didn't question Zhao Feng's words and quickly left. Zhao Feng was the only one who remained motionless. "Senior brother Zhao." A soft voice like that of an ant came from the front. Zhao Feng glanced sideways and saw that it was Ran Xiaoyuan, reminding him worriedly. "I'm fine, you go first." Zhao Feng faintly smiled, glanced at her, and then calmly looked forward. Ran Xiaoyuan clenched her fists and her eyelashes trembled, as if she was worried that Zhao Feng would be tempted by the girl in the pavilion. And from Zhao Feng's expression, he didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to her. Tung! Zhao Feng's figure suddenly leapt into the air, and like a fish, he soared through the air toward the pavilion. "No!" Ran Xiaoyuan exclaimed as her face lost all color. Every fortune on the Black Gold Road was accompanied by danger, and the scene in the pavilion was even weirder. No one dared to try it. Hoo-hoo! In the sky above the abyss, a strong gust of wind that was enough to destroy metal swept toward Zhao Feng. "Oh my God! Junior brother Zhao has been hit." There were a few disciples nearby who saw Zhao Feng's crazy actions. Apart from Ran Xiaoyuan, there was also Lu Yu and son Yuan Hao. What a profound movement skill! One of the 3 core disciples, Lu Hu revealed a surprised expression. Zhao Feng's body was surrounded by a layer of green wind, as if he had merged into the wind and was like a fish passing through the cracks, avoiding the strong resistance and using the force to pass through. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng had flown tens of feet. At this time, the pavilion suddenly changed. The girl slowly stood up and smiled toward Zhao Feng. That moment of beauty was enough to move one's soul, causing Lu Hu and the others who were already hundreds of feet away to be unable to pull themselves back. Imagine how bad would it be for Zhao Feng, who was in the air, to suddenly face such a situation. This was the bad situation that Beimoi had predicted before he left. He, very beautiful, Zhao Feng, who was in midair, laughed mockingly as he continued to fly through the air, completely unaffected. The beauty in the pavilion was surprised. She didn't think that a brat who hadn't even reached the third sky of the ascended realm would be able to resist her mental energy. Tung! Zhao Feng's figure landed on top of the pavilion. This scene caused Lu Hu and the others nearby to be shocked. Husband! The classic beauty revealed a charming smile and affectionately smiled. She actually began to take off her clothes. Her skirt gently fell off, revealing her snow-white skin. The beautiful fairy slowly took off her clothes, revealing her perfect body. This was a seductive moment. Fuck off! A cold light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes as he kicked out. With a pung, the beauty that was taking off her clothes was kicked into the air by Zhao Feng and smashed into a pillar. You! The face of the beauty turned pale white as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! This scene caused the jaws of the people on the other side of the abyss to drop. This Zhao Feng was too savage. So, the beauty suddenly turned into a wisp of purple smoke. Everyone's vision blurred, and in the next moment, they saw a purple fox trembling in a cage in the pavilion. The pavilion, the pipa, and the trapped fox. This scene made everyone feel weird. So it's an illusion fox. This is a Yao beast that has surpassed deadly beasts. Lu Hu exclaimed. In the mortal world, deadly beasts were terrifying beings. However, vicious beasts had a ferocious nature, but not a spiritual nature. Some were infected by the heaven and earth Yuan Qi and mutated. There were also many that had a thin, demonic beast bloodline in their bodies. True demonic beasts possessed higher intelligence and possessed the bloodline of ancient races. They were superior to ferocious beasts and could even cultivate on their own. The Lord-tier deadly beasts that had appeared in the Guanju and Province City were the weakest of beasts, comparable to those at the Ascended Realm. On the Azure Flower continent, there were a few powerful beasts that had the power to flip oceans and seas. They could easily lead an army of deadly beasts to destroy a few countries. Of course, the world of Yao beasts had its own system and maintained a balance with the clans. This illusion fox's cultivation has probably reached the fifth sky of the Ascended Realm. Wariness appeared in Lu Hu's eyes. The fifth sky of the Ascended Realm was comparable to Yongan, who had the highest cultivation. However, the illusion foxes specialized in mental energy illusions, and even Yongan wasn't able to completely block their mental energy illusions. He could still fall for them while crossing the abyss. Brat, I'll tear you into pieces. The illusion fox gritted its teeth and said, if it wasn't for the fact that it was in a cage, it could instantly tear apart a human at the second or third sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Feng didn't bother with it and walked to the stone table in the middle of the pavilion. Apart from the pipa, there was also a plate of fruits, a flask of wine, and a bracelet. Zhao Feng picked up a fruit and sniffed it, trying to discern its medicinal properties. That's right, it should be the purple spiritual fruit. It can recover one's energy. Zhao Feng put away the 4 to 5 fruits on the plate. As for the flask of wine, Zhao Feng smelled it and joy appeared on his face. This should be a low-grade spiritual wine that can help those at the Ascended Realm recover their energy. Gulu! Zhao Feng took a small sip of the spiritual wine and felt the true force within his body surge as his mental energy and stamina quickly recovered. The fatigue from the past 2 days of running had vanished without a trace. Instead, he felt energized, and his cultivation even showed signs of increasing. Lastly, there was a bracelet on the stone table. Zhao Feng picked it up and laughed. It's an interspatial bracelet. The lowest grade interspatial items in this world are comparable to high-grade mortal weapons. This bracelet was an interspatial item, and its value was much higher than everything else on the stone table combined. What? An interspatial bracelet? Lu, Hu, and the others on the Black Gold Road were shocked. The lowest grade interspatial bracelet is comparable to a high-grade mortal weapon. Lu, whose voice trembled slightly as greed appeared in his eyes. A high-grade mortal weapon or item could easily cost millions of substandard primal crystal stones and tens of thousands of low-grade primal crystal stones. Furthermore, interspatial items were extremely rare. Zhao Feng picked up the interspatial bracelet and merged his consciousness into it, filling a space of around 1 cubic meter. Shwa! Shwa! The purple spiritual fruit and wine flask disappeared into the space of the interspatial bracelet. Interspatial items are indeed amazing. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He couldn't help but rejoice that he had read a lot of books about natural treasures after joining the sect, so he wasn't lacking in the general knowledge of the sect world. Finally, Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he put the pipa on the stone table into the interspatial bracelet. That pipa was a middle-grade mortal weapon. Zhao Feng had already seen it with his left eye when he was on the opposite side of the road. But musical weapons were useless to him, and he wasn't interested in them. Instead, he could go to the outer disciples and exchange them for a considerable amount of primal crystal stones to pay off his debt to old Zhang. He might even be able to buy the Luoho arrow. Kid, don't be arrogant. The illusion fox in the cage roared with all its might and was furious at Zhao Feng for ignoring it. It used a series of mental illusions on Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng had a strong resistance against mental illusions and ignored them. As soon as the pavilion appeared, Zhao Feng had seen through the true body of the classical beauty, so he wasn't affected at all. Tung. Zhao Feng's figure was like a fish as he flew into the atmosphere above the abyss, and in a few breaths, he returned to the Black and Gold Road. On the Black and Gold Road, Ran Xuyuan's mouth was slightly open in shock. Brother Zhao, you've gained a lot. You won't take all the treasures for yourself, right? Lu Hu laughed as he didn't hide the greed on his face. A surge of true force condensed in his body, and his iron-like muscles radiated a terrifying aura. The pressure he gave off was much stronger than those at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. Being one of the 3 core disciples, Lu, whose forte was body strengthening, and he was stronger than Quan Chen's. You dare to attack me? Zhao Feng's soul eye was filled with coldness, and his azure hair moved without any wind. Chapter 168. On the Black Gold Road, Zhao Feng and direct disciple Lu, who faced each other from a distance. You dare make a move against me? Zhao Feng was cold and powerful. His azure hair fluttered without any wind, and his single eye flashed with coldness. Ran Xiaoyuan's expression changed. Her figure flashed and stood beside Zhao Feng. Sun Yuanhao didn't seem to be able to react and was at a loss. The atmosphere was oppressive. Lu, whose expression changed as he suddenly remembered that Zhao Feng had the great elder behind him. Furthermore, Ran Xiaoyuan stood on Zhao Feng's side at the crucial moment. Ran Xiaoyuan was the sect leader's direct disciple, and her strength was on the same level as Beimua. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Lu Hu was just trying to get a share and didn't dare to make a move. Brother Zhao, I'll help you too. Sun Yuanhao had a baby face and a smile on his face, looking innocent. At this moment, Ran Xiaoyuan and Sun Yuanhao both stood on Zhao Feng's side. In this kind of situation, even if Zhao Feng's group didn't have any backing, Lu Hu would still have to think twice. Hand over the storage bracelet. Lu, whose expression was uncertain, but he suddenly gritted his teeth, and a powerful true force surged towards Zhao Feng's group. What is he trying to do? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He didn't think that Lu Hu would still dare to make a move in this kind of situation. No, there's a problem somewhere. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and glanced at the pavilion opposite him. The eyes of the illusion fox in the cage were glowing with a strange, transparent purple light, and the corners of its mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Lu Hu's eyes were filled with greed, completely blinding his reason. He originally had greed in his heart, but the illusion fox's mental illusion easily magnified his greed by 10 times. I actually forgot about this fox spirit. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold. He could only block Lu Hu first. Lu, whose cultivation was at the 4th rank and his body training was not bad, he was stronger than Zhao Feng. Wind and thunder annihilation. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to attack. He pushed his heavenly wind god technique and silver wall technique to the extreme and barely blocked Lu Hu's frenzied attacks. Pum! Zhao Feng took a few steps back after taking the attack head-on. Without using his left eye and bloodline power, he was at a slight disadvantage in front of Lu Hu. Senior brother Zhao, hand over the storage bracelet. A young man's cold voice came from the side. What? Zhao Feng felt a strong gust of wind as someone pounced on him from behind. His expression changed drastically. The person who attacked was Sun Yuanhao. Ha ha ha! Lu Hu laughed maniacally, and his attacks became even fiercer. Seeing that Zhao Feng was about to face a pincer attack if he didn't use his trump card, he would also be in danger. Stop! Ran Xiaoyuan shouted. Her beautiful figure flashed and blocked Sun Yuanhao. Pum! Sun Yuanhao was forced back by Ran Xiaoyuan's move. Zhao Feng couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Luckily, Ran Xiaoyuan wasn't affected by the illusion fox's illusions. One had to know that Ran Xiaoyuan's strength was on the same level as Beimoi, which was comparable to the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. If he was surrounded by 3 people, even if he used his bloodline power, he would only be able to run away. The reason why the illusion fox's illusions could affect Lu Hu and Sun Yuanhao was because they were greedy and also because of their willpower. As for Ran Xiaoyuan, she didn't have any greedy thoughts, so she obviously wouldn't attack Zhao Feng because of this. Ran Xiaoyuan had successfully suppressed Sun Yuanhao, and the situation wasn't that bad. But it was extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to win against a core disciple at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. It wasn't easy for him to stay undefeated. This is the only way. Zhao Feng had a plan in his heart. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His body was like a swimming fish, agile and illusory. Under Lu Hu's offensive, he retreated in an orderly manner. In terms of body strengthening and cultivation, Zhao Feng wasn't as good as Lu Hu. But in terms of movement, Zhao Feng was better. Lu Hu was blinded by greed, and he didn't realize that Zhao Feng was closing in on Ran Xiaoyuan and Sun Yuanhao. I'll take care of you first. Zhao Feng's speed rose dramatically, and he turned into several blurs as he disappeared from Lu Hu's attack range. In the next instant, he appeared next to Sun Yuanhao. Sun Yuanhao was already being suppressed by Ran Xiaoyuan, and he was caught off guard by Zhao Feng's sudden attack. Lightning Wind Palm. Zhao Feng thrust out his palm, causing the wind to howl and thunder to howl. Wah! Sun Yuanhao barely managed to block the palm, but he spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated to the edge of the abyss. Fuck off! Zhao Feng kicked Sun Yuanhao into the abyss of howling wind. Ah! Sun Yuanhao screamed in pain as he fell into the abyss. Brother Zhao, you killed him! Ran Xiaoyuan's face was pale, and she didn't know what to do. Zhao Feng's strategy was to quickly take care of the weaker Sun Yuanhao and then team up with Ran Xiaoyuan to deal with Lu Hu. His will is weak and his mind was affected by the illusion fox. Kick him out first. Zhao Feng didn't look guilty at all. Sun Yuanhao looked like a baby, but he didn't expect him to be so cunning as to pry into his storage bracelet. Floating Crest Palace, at the entrance of the stairs, the 5 elders were sitting cross-legged. Whoa! The cyan door of light suddenly lit up, and a figure rolled out. Another person out so quickly! Hai Yun Master's heart jumped as he looked at the figure and let out a breath. Yuan Hao! Elder Shui exclaimed as he looked at the pale son Yuan Hao. First Elder and the others looked at each other. The person who was kicked out was Elder Shui's disciple, Son Yuan Hao, who had a variant spiritual body. Yuan Hao, what happened? Why did you come out so quickly? Elder Shui asked in a low voice. It's Zhao Feng. He took all the treasures for himself and kicked me into the abyss. Son Yuan Hao's face turned red as he said unwillingly. Even now, his mind still hadn't calmed down after being affected by the illusion fox. How dare this? This Zhao Feng dared to attack a fellow disciple. Elder Shui was enraged. The Floating Crest trial was held once every 5 years, and every disciple only had one chance. Son Yuan Hao's talent was exceptional, and he was even younger than Zhao Feng. He had a lot of potential, and if this trial went well, he would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, this hope was destroyed by a low-tier spiritual body cultivator. Is there a misunderstanding here? The first elder said in a low voice. He knew that although Zhao Feng looked arrogant, he was actually very calm. Zhao Feng trains the lightning wind palm, so his heart might be more extreme and he can't be compared to normal people. Hai Yun Master's lips curled up. Hearing this, the clan master, Granny Liyue, and Elder Shui all nodded. We'll find him after the trial. Don't worry, First Elder. We'll leave this matter to the Enforcement Division. Elder Shui took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng's master was First Elder, he would have exploded already. Wang Gulu! Another figure rolled out from the green door of light. So fast! The 5 at the true spirit realm were shocked. How long had it been? How could another person be eliminated? The elders looked over and saw that the person eliminated this time was core disciple Lu Hu. What happened in the trial? Even a core disciple was eliminated so quickly. The clan master and company had solemn expressions. Lu Hu, how come you're also eliminated so quickly? The Broken Moon clan master asked. They were all familiar with Lu Hu, being a core disciple, who was the disciple of the Enforcement Division elder. In the sect, the Enforcement Elder status was almost on par with the sect leader and Grand Elder, and he held great authority over the laws of life and death. It's Zhao Feng. He took all the treasures for himself and kicked me into the abyss. Lu, who gritted his teeth and said, just like Son Yuan Hao, he had just come out and hadn't completely escaped from the mental energy influence of the illusion fox. It was Zhao Feng again. The 5 elders and clan master were filled with anger and shock. The Floating Crest trial was a great fortune not only for the disciples, but also for the clan. But now, Zhao Feng had kicked a disciple with a changeable body and a core disciple out in just half the time it took to make tea. Furthermore, the method was the same, kicking the opponent into the abyss. This Zhao Feng is too damn. The few elders looked at each other with a hint of anger in their eyes. With your strength, how could you be defeated by Zhao Feng? First Elder found the suspicious point. Of the 3 core disciples that entered the trial, Lu Hu's strength was only below Yangon. This is because of Sister Ran. Lu Hu said hatefully, what does this have to do with little Yuan? The Broken Moon clan master's eyebrows furrowed. In her eyes, Ran Xiaoyuan had always been a good and obedient child. Sister Ran helped that bastard Zhao Feng, or else I wouldn't have lost and been kicked into the abyss. Lu Hu yelled as he clenched his fists. How was this possible? The expressions of the clan master and the 4 elders changed. Indeed, Ran Xiaoyuan's strength was the same as Beimoi, and she could fight against those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. If she teamed up with Zhao Feng, they might be able to defeat Lu Hu. But why would Ran Xiaoyuan help Zhao Feng? Could it be? The Broken Moon clan master suddenly remembered what had happened in the placing competition. At that time, Zhao Feng had purposely lost to Ran Xiaoyuan. Thinking back to the conversation between Ran Xiaoyuan and Sister Yuan, the Broken Moon clan master's expression made the others guess, and they soon thought back to what had happened in the competition. This Zhao Feng has led an innocent child like Xiao Yuan astray. The Broken Moon clan master's face was cold and anger appeared on her holy face. At this point in time, the elders were stunned and speechless. In the end, they all reached an agreement. This Zhao Feng must be severely punished. On the Black Gold Road, boom! Zhao Feng sent Lu, who flying with a kick, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. This Lu who isn't a normal kind of troublesome person. It's all thanks to Sister Ran's help, or else it would be extremely hard to beat him. They've all been. Ran Xiaoyuan's eyes were red as she said with a sobbing tone. She had attacked just then because she wanted to help Zhao Feng and was afraid that he would be bullied. Who would have thought that both Sun Yuanhao and Lu who would be kicked into the abyss by Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng felt sorry for them in his heart and felt slightly guilty. In this matter, he had indirectly used Ran Xiaoyuan to drag this innocent girl into the water. Relax, there's a weird array in the abyss. Falling in won't kill them, but they'll be sent out. They'll just be kicked out. Zhao Feng comforted. With his powerful left eye, he knew the situation very well. Tung! Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he appeared in the pavilion on the other side. What are you doing? The illusory fox in the cage roared in anger. What am I doing? It's all because of you. Zhao Feng ignored the illusion fox's mental energy attack and kicked out. Boom! After Sun Yuanhao and Lu, another beast was kicked into the abyss by Zhao Feng. Chapter 169. After kicking the illusion fox into the abyss, Zhao Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he was addicted to it. But he understood that the elders guarding the floating crest palace would have a bad impression of him after he kicked Sun Yuanhao and Lu Hu out. Both Sun Yuanhao and Lu Hu were backed by elder-level experts. Luckily, Zhao Feng had dragged Ran Xiaoyuan into the water, so there would be a witness. In the clan world, everything depends on strength. What can those elders do to me when I achieve a result that makes me stand above the rest? Zhao Feng's figure flew through the air and returned to the black and gold path. Even a core disciple at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm would feel tired after flying through the air twice to resist the wind. Luckily, Zhao Feng had some low-tier spiritual wine in his interspatial bracelet, and after drinking a mouthful, he felt full of energy and his cultivation rose. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from behind, and a terrifying aura came from a giant figure in the darkness. Not good, run! Zhao Feng saw the winged black metal monster with his left eye and immediately told Ran Xiaoyuan to run. The two sprinted and finally escaped from the shadow of the black metal monster. Being at the first stage, they would be enveloped by the shadow of death if they wasted even a moment. After leaving the safety zone, Ran Xiaoyuan was unhappy and her eyes were misty. Sister Ran, what's wrong? Zhao Feng asked in surprise. It's all my fault. I harmed senior brother Lu and the others. Senior sister is right. You're not a good person. Ran Xiaoyuan sobbed as she ignored Zhao Feng and turned into the wind, running further and further away. Zhao Feng shook his head and didn't chase after her. He maintained a certain speed and continued forward. Half a day later, the black and gold path seemed to have come to an end. At the end of the black and gold path was a large green door. In front of the door, there were 5 or 6 people sitting cross-legged, including Yangon and Beimoi. After being chased for 3 days and 3 nights, any disciple would be exhausted. Brother Zhao, you're finally here. Lin Fan let out a breath. He had been worried about Zhao Feng on the way here. Now that Zhao Feng had returned safely, it meant that he had obtained the fortune. Eat this purple spiritual fruit first, Zhao Feng handed him a fruit. Lin Fan consumed the spirit fruit and instantly felt energized. His essence qi instantly recovered, and he even felt his cultivation level increasing. On the way, Zhao Feng had drunk the low-grade spiritual wine and eaten the purple spiritual fruit, which made his state even better, and his cultivation had reached the peak second sky. The floating crest trial is indeed full of fortune. I thought I would need a month to reach the peak of the second sky, but now it's only 3 days. Zhao Feng rejoiced in his heart. His eyes flickered as he saw Ran Xiaoyuan, who was meditating at the side, and he gave her a purple spirit fruit. Brother Lin Fan, Ran, and Ran, junior brother Zhao, it seems like you've stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. Not only are there spirit fruits, you even managed to get your hands on a storage bracelet. Quan Chen asked as he stared at Zhao Feng's bracelet. His words attracted the attention of the others. Even Yang Gan looked at Zhao Feng with twinkling eyes. I was just lucky. Zhao Feng didn't plan to hide it. His storage bracelet was very convenient to use. Without the influence of the illusory fox, even if the few of them were greedy, they wouldn't dare to make a move openly. They waited for a while more. Clang! Clang! A terrifying sound came from the darkness in the distance. The black iron colossus had arrived. Everyone was shocked. However, the ancient green door behind him had yet to open. At this moment, in everyone's mind, a voice sounded out, "The first trial, Death Abyss Road, time limit. 3 days, those who successfully pass will receive 30 trial points." Boom, then, the ancient green door opened, and the black metal monster that was chasing after them suddenly froze, as if it had been petrified. Senior brother Liu and junior brother Kong didn't pass the first test? Yang Gan glanced at the crowd and said in surprise, "Son Yuan Hao wasn't a big deal, but Liu, who was a core disciple and his strength was second only to him." Senior brother Liu and junior brother Kong fell into the illusion of the illusory fox and fell into the abyss. Zhao Feng explained. Yang Gan and Quan Chen's eyes were filled with doubt, especially Quan Chen, who sneered coldly. "The 2 brothers fell into the abyss, and only you got the treasure." Zhao Feng harumphed coldly and ignored him. This attitude made Quan Chen furious. This Zhao Feng was so arrogant. He had only entered the clan for a few days, and he already dared to ignore him. Thinking back, he didn't even pay attention to this ant when he charged into the Guanjuan palace, defeated Lord Guanjuan, and took Bei Moi away. When did this ant rise to such a level? Although there was still a gap between them, there was one thing that Zhao Feng didn't care about. We'll talk about this after the trial ends. Everyone try your best. There is no second chance of the floating crest trial. Yang Gan looked deeply at Zhao Feng and ended the conversation. Tsang! Tsang! So, the group of 7 entered the green door under the instructions of the voice in their minds. Second trial, Lost Bat Cave. Requirement: walk out of the cave alive in 5 days. The faster you finish, the higher your score. The next instant, the group entered a dark cave. The cave was still dark, and the faint screams of bats could be heard from inside. Inside the bat cave, the 7 disciples felt a cold aura, making them feel uneasy. Everyone be careful. This cave is probably more dangerous than the first trial. Yang Gan warned as he led the way. Zhao Feng scanned the surroundings with his left eye. Under his left eye, all the hidden dangers were revealed to Zhao Feng. The second trial is called Lost Bat Cave. Lost. Zhao Feng noticed the word lost. He analyzed that the terrain of the second trial would be very complicated and dangerous. Yang Gan, who had the highest cultivation, had strong senses, and he could smell the danger within the cave. Follow me closely and don't stray more than 10 yards. Zhao Feng said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded his head. He could also feel the danger of the second trial. The group of 7 formed a small group and walked into the cave. But before they even walked tens of yards, a fork appeared in front of them. Fork, which way should they go? Yangon felt a headache coming on. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to walk out of the cave. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. A virtual map appeared in his mind, and he clearly remembered the route he had just passed. The virtual map was exactly the same as the real map. Even the shape of the path and the structure of the walls were the same. All the paths they had walked were scanned into Zhao Feng's mind. The areas that they hadn't walked through were dark, which represented the unexplored areas. With this ability, no matter how big the maze was, Zhao Feng would be able to solve it. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all and acted as if he was on a tour. Zhao Feng's expression and actions were unfathomable in Lin Fan's eyes. This brother Zhao is too mysterious. It's as if the floating crest trial is his backyard. Lin Fan could only sigh and be speechless. Facing the fork, Yangon suggested, "How about this? Brother Quan Chen and I will each form a group. It's best if we leave some marks on the way." No one objected to his suggestion. Yangon and Quan Chen were the only two core disciples left and had the right to lead the group. After some discussion, Yangon, Beimoi, and Lu Yu would form a group of 3. Quan Chen, Zhao Feng, Lin Fan, and Ran Xiaoyuan would form a group of 4. Zhao Feng didn't have any objections, but the coldness in Quan Chen's eyes became even thicker. As soon as the two groups split up and entered the fork, the wind howled and the screeching of bats flew out from the forks. Zhao Feng's supervision saw the black bats with weird blood tattoos on their bodies and red eyes. The screeching of these black blood bats made everyone feel uneasy. With screeches, more than a dozen black blood bats charged toward Zhao Feng and company from one of the entrances. "Go!" Quan Chen's palm slashed out a few silver arcs, and he instantly killed 3 black blood bats. These black blood bats were mostly at the first or second sky of the Ascended Realm. Amongst the tens of black blood bats, there was a leader at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm that let out a terrifying sound wave. Lin Fan's blood boiled as he barely managed to block it, and he slashed down a black blood bat with a blade in his hand. Zhao Feng thrust out 2 palms and killed a few black blood bats. After a while, the few of them joined forces and killed almost all the black blood bats. But the bat leader at the 3rd sky screeched as it flew into the air and was about to escape. So, a dark green arrow flashed like lightning and pierced into the abdomen of the bat leader. Plop! The corpse of the bat leader fell to the ground. The group glanced over and saw Zhao Feng slowly put away the Luoho bow. The power of the Luoho bow didn't disappoint Zhao Feng. He had only injected a small amount of true force into it, and it was enough to kill the bat leader. The bat leader's speed was extremely fast. If he had used the Golden Stairs bow from before, it would have been difficult to catch up to the target. It was very likely that the bat leader would have been able to dodge. After killing the bat leader, the group split into 2 groups and continued forward. As they moved forward, the map in Zhao Feng's mind expanded. But as the map expanded, so did the area of darkness. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. This cave was bigger than he had imagined. Not long after, a few more bats leapt out from the cave. Most of them were at the 1st sky of the Ascended Realm, but there were few at the 2nd sky. The 2nd test requires us to walk out of the cave within 5 days. Facing so many monsters in an unknown environment will tire us to death. Zhao Feng analyzed. In just half an hour, Quan Chen's group of 4 had been attacked by nearly 100 bats. Everyone take a rest. Quan Chen sat down cross-legged with an exhausted expression. The group of 4 rested on the spot. Zhao Feng, Lin Fan, and Ran Xiaoyuan were in a good state. After eating the purple spiritual fruit, their inner energy had recovered and they were full of energy. The remaining energy from the purple spiritual fruit could last for 1 to 2 days. See, in the dark cave, a shadow that was as thin as a rope suddenly leaped out and merged with the environment. What's that? Quan Chen felt a pain on his waist, as if he had been bitten. Shua, A gray poisonous snake dodged the rebound of Quan Chen's true force and disappeared in a flash. Not good. It's a poisonous snake. Quan Chen cried out in pain as the area where he had been bitten turned purple and his body went numb. At this point in time, cold sweat appeared on his forehead and he was in pain. Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan both trembled. Is it this snake? Zhao Feng had a smile that didn't seem like a smile as he held a gray snake in his hand. Chapter 170. The snake was 3 feet long and slightly thicker than a thumb. At this moment, it was struggling in Zhao Feng's hand, and every time it moved, it contained a powerful force that could strangle a cultivator at the first sky of the ascended realm to death. But Zhao Feng's fingers were like pincers that locked onto the snake's weak point, stopping it from struggling. Hurry up and kill it. Not good. The poison in my body. Quan Chen's face was green as he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to force out the poison. Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan both looked weirdly at Zhao Feng. The dark, gray, poisonous snake was silent and it was hard to detect. Even Quan Chen was affected by it. Although Quan Chen was careless and he was tired, he could still see how terrifying the snake was. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have been prepared and easily captured the snake. Lin Fan even suspected that Zhao Feng had already found the snake, but he didn't warn Quan Chen on purpose. Haha, it's a gray shadow snake. This snake is a Yao beast, and its poison has a numbing effect. Within half an hour, the poison will spread throughout the body, and even those at the Ascended Realm will lose control of their body until they starve to death. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Hearing this, Quan Chen's face turned gray, and he immediately ate an antidote, but the effect wasn't good. Zhao Feng's actions were gentle as he pinched the snake to death and took out the snake's gall. The snake's gall was bitter and spicy, but after it entered his body, a weird burning sensation spread throughout his body. This snake's gall has a special power that can strengthen the body and condense true force. There are indeed treasures everywhere in the floating crest trial. Zhao Feng licked his lips as if he was enjoying it. Being the publicly recognized pill refining genius of the clan, he naturally knew about poison. Brother Zhao, you're a pill refining genius. You definitely know how to cure this poison. Quan Chen squeezed out a smile. There's no cure. Zhao Feng shook his head and looked at Quan Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't care about Quan Chen's pleas and curses anymore as he walked around. Moments later, where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he nimbly caught a gray shadow viper. Like before, Zhao Feng took out the snake gallbladder and swallowed it. The gallbladder of the gray shadow venomous snake could indeed strengthen the body and condense true force, which could help stabilize Zhao Feng's cultivation in preparation to break through to the third sky of the Ascended Realm. Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan's faces were filled with shock. The gray shadow venomous snake was extremely adept at concealing itself and blending into its surroundings. Zhao Feng actually managed to kill the snake again. A while later, the snake venom in Quan Chen's body was slowly dispelled. How dare you lie to me? Quan Chen was exasperated. With his cultivation at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm, he could easily cure the poison. It seemed that Zhao Feng's words were just to scare him. I didn't lie to you. This snake's poison doesn't threaten cultivators at the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm, so there's no need for an antidote. Zhao Feng's smile was playful. It was actually very easy to cure the gray shadow venomous snake, and there was no need for an antidote. As long as one was at the second sky of the Ascended Realm, they would be able to cure the poison by boiling their true force and blood. As for this, Zhao Feng only told Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan. Out of all the cultivators that entered the cave, only Zhao Feng knew a bit about medicine. Of course, there was another person who might know medicine as well, and that was Lu Yu-er. Her master, Granny Luiwa, was the top pill master of the clan, who knew how much Lu Yu-er had learnt from her. Let's go. Quan Chen's expression was ugly, but he couldn't do anything. In this kind of environment, Zhao Feng was like a fish in the water, and he was more used to surviving than him. From the looks of it, Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan seemed to listen to Zhao Feng a lot. For the next day and night, the group of 4 explored the labyrinth-like cave. Along the way, they would be attacked by black blood bats every once in a while. Apart from that, there were other dangerous Yao beasts hiding in the cave, such as gray shadow venomous snakes, demonic spiders, and even giant pythons. Zhao Feng was able to control the danger ahead of them, but he didn't warn them. He would only occasionally cover for Lin Fan and Ran Xiaoyuan. Quan Chin was exhausted after suffering so much. On the other hand, Zhao Feng and company weren't injured as much, and they were like fish in the water. On the way, Zhao Feng killed many gray shadow venomous snakes and ate their gallbladders. Unknowingly, his true force and body had been refined to the extreme, and he had the conditions to break through to the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Therefore, he decided to give some of the snake gallbladders to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had eaten the spiritual fruit, and now he had eaten the snake gallbladders, which made his cultivation close to the peak 2nd sky of the Ascended Realm. This Zhao Feng is too weird. Quan Chen's hair stood on end. In this kind of environment, not only was he unable to scheme against Zhao Feng, he was the one who suffered the most. Luckily, with his cultivation at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, he was able to survive most of the dangers. Quan Chen made up his mind to separate from Zhao Feng. Why was it that he was always the one who suffered the most? This was too much of a coincidence. He felt that he had been tricked by Zhao Feng. This way, we've been here before, Zhao Feng suddenly said as he pointed at a fork in the road. On the way, Zhao Feng kept on perfecting the map in his mind. Up until now, he hadn't walked through the entire bat cave, but Zhao Feng analyzed that he should have walked a third of the way and he should be able to find the exit in another day. Brother Zhao, your memory and reaction speed are both extraordinary. How about this? You lead the way. Quan Chin said, pretending to be generous. Sure. Zhao Feng agreed. He had a map in his mind, and if he led the way, he would be able to find the exit. The result was that Zhao Feng's path had a high chance of meeting black blood bats. The further they went, the more bats there would be. Zhao Feng felt uneasy. Could it be that there was a bat nest in the unexplored area? Just as he was thinking, a loud screech came from the area ahead. So, the sound of air being sliced could be heard from the gaps in the cave. Retreat. Zhao Feng's expression changed. Just as he moved, a sharp screech came from the front. The high frequency of the screeches contained a power that could attack one's mental energy. Everyone felt their blood and qi churning. Their minds were in pain, and their eardrums were aching. Blood started to leak out from their nose and ears. In the next instant, a dense swarm of black blood bats, more than 100 of them, pounced on the 4 of them. The Bat King in the lead had a wingspan of 20 to 30 feet, and its entire body was covered in dark red patterns. As it flew, dust swirled around it, and a chilly wind blew. The Bat King let out a sharp screech, causing the few of them to lose control of their true power and qi. Furthermore, some of the bats had reached the peak 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. The Bat King's cultivation was probably close to the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Looking at the group of bats, Zhao Feng's scalp went numb. Luckily, the Bat King's sound wave attack couldn't affect his mental energy. The 4 were surrounded and they tried their best to fight. At this moment of danger, the group all used their attacks. Lightning Wind Palm. Zhao Feng thrust out his palm, causing lightning and wind to dance. Each palm could kill a few bats. Wave Reverse Blade Technique. The long blade in his hand slashed out quickly, and waves of air enveloped the nearby black blood bats. Quan Chen's cultivation was the highest, and he teamed up with Ran Xiaoyuan to fight against the Bat King. The Bat King let out a series of screeches, and the sound waves were ear-piercing. Even with Quan Chen and Ran Seiyuan teaming up, they weren't able to take it down in a short amount of time. On the other hand, there were more and more black blood bats nearby, and each of them had a cultivation of at least the first sky of the Ascended Realm. Break! Quan Chen suddenly pulled out an ancient bronze sword from his waist and slashed out a 10-yard-long crescent moon. The powerful sword aura spread out like a tornado. With one strike, he killed more than 10 bats. He also left a deep gash on the Bat King's body, revealing its bones. The terrifying power of the sword forced the Bat King to retreat. Middle grade mortal weapon. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. It was also a middle grade mortal weapon. But in the hands of Quan Chen, who was at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, its power was 1 to 2 times stronger than Lu Yuer's. Good chance. Kill the Bat King. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. Run. But Quan Chen suddenly turned around, and he slashed out with his sword. Then he ran towards a corner. Run. Quan Chen's actions surprised Zhao Feng. If Quan Chen and Ran Xiaoyuan had lasted a bit longer, they could have definitely killed the Bat King. But what Zhao Feng didn't know was that Quan Chen wanted to separate from Zhao Feng's group. Run in different directions. In front of the countless bats, Zhao Feng made his decision. There were a few forks in the road nearby. Quan Chen chose one. Ran Xiaoyuan also chose one. Because Lin Fan remembered Zhao Feng's words, the two chose the same path within 2 yards of each other. Quan Chen and Ran Xiaoyuan are both disciples of the clan master and elder respectively, so they have their own trump cards. Zhao Feng thought, and he left with Lin Fan, not bothering with Ran Xiaoyuan. The swarm of bats soon split into 3 groups. The injured Bat King led a group of people and charged towards Quan Chen. The other 2 black blood bats at the 3rd sky led a group of bats towards Ran Xiaoyuan. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan were unlucky. A total of 4 bats at the 3rd sky led a large group of black blood bats towards the 2. It was obvious that because there were more people here, there were more bats chasing after them. So unlucky. As soon as Zhao Feng and Lin Fan ran out of the cave, they realized that they were in a dead end. There were 70 to 80 bats chasing after them, and 4 of them were at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Brother Zhao, don't worry about me. Kill your way out. Lin Fan knew that Zhao Feng was strong, and as long as he didn't meet the Bat King, he should be able to escape easily. There's no chance. Zhao Feng stood still and shook his head. 70 to 80 black blood bats sent out sound waves that shook the mountain. The 4 bats at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm at the front combined their sound waves and created a powerful mental energy attack that enveloped the 2. The stacked sound wave attack was something that even cultivators at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm couldn't block. Plop! Lin Fan started to bleed from his orifices, and he instantly fainted. Sure. Zhao Feng stood at the center of the sound wave attack, and he circulated his true force to block his ears. The mental energy attack didn't affect him at all. Within the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss continued to spin and absorb the mental energy attack. Zhao Feng slowly took off his eye patch, and his azure hair danced in the wind. Mental energy assassination, a sharp and glaring cyan eye, like a dark, demonic eye in the starry night sky, emitted an ancient aura that made one shudder. Chapter 171. Inside the dark cave, the densely packed black blood bats screeched and screeched. The earth-shattering sound waves superimposed on each other and formed a terrifying mental attack. The walls of the cave shook and dust flew everywhere. Even core disciples at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm would die under this situation. In the middle of the bats, a figure with azure hair danced in the wind like a king. The mental energy attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The aura of the green-haired man suddenly soared to another level. His left eye shot out a sharp and frightening green transparent light, which formed a ring-shaped beam and swept in all directions. Instantly, The surrounding bats revealed extreme fear in their eyes. They flapped their wings in the air, trembling incessantly. The black blood bats that were inches away froze in midair as if they had been petrified. Poof! 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 Some of the weaker bats fell from midair with blood flowing from their nose and ears as they struggled on the ground. Most of the black blood bats trembled in midair, and they didn't dare to get close to Xiaofeng. The only ones that could barely resist were the 4 bat leaders at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Amidst their fear, they instinctively sent out waves of mental energy, sound waves. Xiaofeng circulated his left eye, and an azure light flashed in his eye. Within the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss continued to provide mental energy for Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng could feel the strong mental energy contained within the azure abyss, but he could only use a small portion of it, and he didn't know how to use it. But even then, the mental energy attack from his left eye shocked the black blood bats. These bats are born with the ability to use mental energy, sound waves. Xiaofeng's left eye became even sharper. The next instant, the body of a bat leader faded, revealing the organs, blood vessels, and Yao power. Looking through the bat leader's body, Xiaofeng saw a faint red source of mental energy the size of a grain of rice. This was a mental energy that surpassed the physical level, and normal people wouldn't be able to sense it. But Xiaofeng's left eye could clearly see the source of mental energy and how to use it. It was far weaker than his azure abyss. Mental power emitted at a special frequency similar to sound waves. A frequency diagram formed in Xiaofeng's mind. The theory behind the black blood bat's use of sound waves was quickly copied into the dimension of his left eye. Although the structure of a bat's body was different from that of a human's, the origin of the spiritual domain was the same. Pop! Xiaofeng circulated his true force and spat out a bizarre sound wave in the shape of a ring, which contained a trace of spiritual attack. Puff! 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 A large number of black blood bats fell from the sky, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The black blood bats below the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm couldn't defend against this mental energy, sound attack. This sound wave attack contains the vibration of true force, and with the addition of the spirit attack, it forms a large area attack. It is indeed effective against these bats. Xiaofeng's face revealed a hint of joy. The blood vessels and internal organs of the bats that fell from the sky were shattered. The mental impact destroyed their intelligence. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. After a mental sound wave, 20 bats landed on the ground. Bo! When Xiaofeng opened his mouth to release the second wave, the swarm of bats scattered in fear, leaving behind a dozen dead or injured bats. Even the 4 black blood bats at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm ran away in fear. Where do you think you're going? Xiaofeng snickered coldly as he took out the Luoho bow. An azure light flashed in Xiaofeng's left eye, and the power of his archery skill increased dramatically. Bum! So! A few dark azure arrows shot out in an unbelievable arc and pierced through 4 black blood bats at the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm at a terrifying speed. The Luoho bow's attack speed was extremely fast. It could even surpass the speed of sound. But Xiaofeng could only use a portion of its power. But even then, the black blood bats had no way of dodging. When Xiaofeng put away the Luoho bow, not a single one of the nearby bats could be seen. Xiaofeng shook his head as he put on his eye patch. The mental energy sound wave attack he had used just then started from sound, and even with the eye patch on, it didn't affect him much. Through this battle, Xiaofeng had reached the threshold of the mental energy domain. Instinct told him that this method of using mental energy hadn't dug out the true power of his left eye. What's going on? The nearby bats are all running away as if they've lost their minds. A ruffled and beautiful girl walked into a cave near Xiaofeng, her face filled with fear. The girl was Lu Yu'er. The team she was in had encountered a large number of bats not long ago. Yangon had lured away the strongest Bat King and a large number of bats, while the others scattered and escaped. Lu Yu had finally escaped, but she met another group of bats that were enough to threaten her life. Luckily, the bats seemed to be in extreme fear, and they ran away like headless flies. After walking another tens of yards, Lu Yu looked at the corpses of the bats below her feet. Some were completely dead and some were bleeding from their orifices, but they were still struggling. Lu Yu's heart shook. When had there ever been such a terrifying person amongst the disciples who could kill so many bats with an invisible method? The dead bats on the ground didn't have any obvious injuries, but their organs and meridians had been shattered, and those that were still alive were all in a daze. Sister Lu. A clear and cold voice came from the dead end of the cave in front of them. It's you, Brother Zhao. Lu Yu jumped up in fright, but she let out a breath after seeing who it was. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, as if he was recovering, but from the true force circulating around his body, it seemed like he was cultivating. Lin Fan, who was beside Zhao Feng, had already woken up and was recovering. These bats, they're all your, Lu Yu said carefully. Around Zhao Feng, there were many corpses of bats. Nearby, there were 3 to 4 bat leaders that had been pierced through by arrows. Zhao Feng didn't reply. He just focused on cultivating and circulated his heavenly wind true force to the maximum. His inner force was at a high level, and the purity of his true force was comparable to the 4th sky of the ascended realm. In terms of body, his silver wall technique had been trained to the highest level. After drinking spiritual wine, eating spiritual fruits, and eating the gray shadow, venomous snake's gallbladder, his body had reached the peak of the 2nd sky of the ascended realm. In that moment of danger, Zhao Feng had defeated the black blood bat, and his potential had been squeezed out, allowing him to step half a foot into the 3rd sky of the ascended realm. Now, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged and circulated his heavenly wind god technique. The true force in his body continued to rise, both in strength and quantity. To increase the speed of his breakthrough, Zhao Feng would drink a small mouthful of spiritual wine every few hours. The spiritual wine was extremely useful for those below the 4th sky of the ascended realm, and it was also very useful for him to break through. Lin Fan sat on the side and looked at the azure-haired youth with a complex expression. After fainting, Lin Fan didn't know what happened. When he woke up, Zhao Feng was completely unharmed, but the ground was littered with the corpses of bats. Wasn't this similar to what happened in the Scarlet Moon demonic cave? Zhao Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat on the ground to raise his cultivation. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had broken through to the 3rd sky of the ascended realm, and a raging aura radiated from him. There were 7 sky of the ascended realm, and every sky of the ascended realm meant that one's cultivation would be suppressed by those with a higher cultivation. This was the difference between the two. At this moment, Lin Fan and Lu Yu, who were standing next to Zhao Feng, felt an unknown pressure. Lu Yu's expression was slightly complex. At this moment, Zhao Feng had completely surpassed her. Although Lin Fan and Lu Yu had both reached the peak 2nd sky of the ascended realm, they didn't have what it took to break through to the 3rd sky. All right, let's go. Zhao Feng slowly stood up, his eyes sharp and his aura wild as he led the way. Lin Fan followed closely behind Zhao Feng. Why are you walking so fast? Lu Yu was slightly surprised. In Zhao Feng's current situation, he was practically rampaging through the place without fear. Even the group led by Yangon had to be careful of all kinds of threats. You can follow me, or you can go alone. Zhao Feng didn't care about her objections. Lu Yu clenched her teeth, and after a slight hesitation, she decided to follow Zhao Feng. In Zhao Feng's mind, there was a complicated map that was being perfected. The reason why he was walking so fast was because he wanted to complete the map and get out of this maze. Not long later, a group of bats appeared in front of them. There were around 20 of them. This group of bats was enough to pose a threat to the 3. Lin Fan and Lu Yu had wary expressions. Bo. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, and the bats in front of him screeched in fear and fell to the ground with a pew-pew-pew sound. Some died, some ran away. Oh my God! Lu Yu and Lin Fan looked at each other with shock, and they found it hard to breathe. Zhao Feng didn't do anything, but he just opened his mouth, and the bats all fell to the ground, and some of them ran away in fear. After reaching the third sky of the Ascended Realm, the azure abyss in Zhao Feng's left eye had expanded to 3 feet, and his mental energy source had become stronger. After that, Zhao Feng continued to walk in the bat cave. Those bats were suppressed by his psychic sound waves. Every batch that came was killed, and most of them fled in panic. There was once when hundreds of black blood bats came, and the Bat King at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm led them. In the end, Zhao Feng used his mental energy, sound wave, to kill many bats, and even the Bat King was killed by his Luoho Bao. Out of all the participants, Zhao Feng was the first to break through the black blood bat's human wave tactic. Ignoring the human wave tactic, Zhao Feng's mental energy source was extremely strong, and he had the spiritual wine to replenish it. Lu Yu and Lin Fan were both shocked and numb. At this point in time, Zhao Feng was invincible in the Bat Cave, and he was like the Lord of the Night. As time went on, the map in his mind became more complete. At last, Zhao Feng finally found a path that he had to pass through, which was the core of the Bat Cave. On the 3rd day of the 2nd trial, a large entrance appeared in front of them, and it was pitch black inside, like the mouth of a giant beast. Yangon, Quan Chen, Beimoi, and Ran Suin all stood at the entrance, and there were many bat corpses nearby. You guys came at the right time. The Bat Cave's main camp is in front of us, and there are many extinct resources inside. Yangon was slightly surprised to see Zhao Feng and company. He originally thought that Zhao Feng and company wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. This was especially so for Lin Fan and Lu Yu, as their cultivations were relatively low. But looking at the current situation, the 3 seemed to be very relaxed. Lin Fan and Lu Yu were like 2 guards as they stood beside Zhao Feng. Chapter 172. A total of 7 disciples gathered in front of the entrance of the bat's nest. As expected, the difficulty of the 2nd trial was obviously higher. None of the 7 who entered the cave were eliminated, nor were there any deaths. The weird thing was that Zhao Feng and the other 2, who seemed to be the weakest, seemed to be very relaxed. Instead of tiredness, they seemed to be full of energy. Brother Zhao, you've broken through? Yangon realized the change in Zhao Feng's aura. Zhao Feng had just broken through not long ago, so his aura was wild and he didn't hide it. Beimoi and Quan Chen's expressions changed slightly as they looked at each other. Both of them had complex expressions on their faces as they felt an unknown pressure. For Beimoi, the difference in cultivation between him and Zhao Feng was almost negligible. Beimoi was filled with battle intent. Since Zhao Feng's cultivation was similar to his, they could have a fair fight. Beimoi was very confident in his own strength. He hadn't used his full strength in the competition. We can't let him leave the floating crest palace alive. Quan Chen's expression was dark and wary. He had a feeling that if he didn't take care of Zhao Feng soon, he would be a great threat to them in the future. There were many fortunes in this trial. My breakthrough was very smooth. Zhao Feng said calmly. Those who had made it this far had all improved, and Zhao Feng wasn't the only one who had received fortunes. But Zhao Feng had improved the fastest, followed by Beimoi and Lin Fan. Good. With the combined strength of the 7 of us, we should be able to break through the bat's nest. I have a feeling that once we get through this, it'll be much easier to get out of the Bat Cave. Yangon started to plan. Zhao Feng understood that there were thousands of bats in the cave, and they were all at least at the 1st sky of the Ascended Realm. Beimoi said to the group, according to my investigation, there's a Bat Emperor at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. Apart from that, There's also 6 Bat Kings at the 4th to 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Luckily, the cave is very big and these Bat Kings are scattered everywhere. Hearing this, Zhao Feng and the others were deeply frightened. This information was obtained by Bei Moi after entering the lair. Although Yangon had attracted the attention of some of the stronger bats, Bei Moi's strength could be seen. Overall, the strength of the bats was superior to the trial takers in both quantity and quality. Even someone as strong as Yangon had to run away when facing the human wave tactic. Those with lower strength might not even have the ability to protect themselves. We definitely can't fight them head-on. We have to work together to kill a few Bat Kings before the Bat Emperor appears. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to obtain some rare materials. If things don't go well, we'll fight our way out. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to go our separate ways and leave it to fate. Yangon finished his plan. There were only 3 plans. The first, in the most ideal situation, was to plunder some precious materials and seize opportunities. The second was to work together to carve out a path of blood and only hope to survive. The third was to fall into a desperate situation, where no one could help the other, and they would have to rely on their own strength. After Yangon explained his plan, he sighed inwardly. According to his analysis, the first possibility was less than 10%. The third possibility was the most likely. This was because there were many bats in the nest, and there were also many powerful Bat Kings. If they were to be careless, they might fall into a desperate situation. This plan isn't bad, but what are Brother Yang's chances of winning against the Bat Emperor? Zhao Feng asked. The Bat Emperor had reached the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm and was comparable to some deacons of the clan. The chances aren't high, but in the worst-case scenario, we should be able to fight for a while. Yangon gave an answer after some thought. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Yangon's strength was stronger than he had expected. The group discussed for a while longer before they prepared to leave. Senior Brother Yang, you missed out on another possibility. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. What possibility? Yangon was surprised. He had already expected the worst outcome. Washing the bats, nest with blood. Zhao Feng's lips moved, pausing between each word as a message. A light flashed in Yangon's eyes as he revealed a trace of shock. He then shook his head and bitterly smiled. Junior Brother Zhao, don't joke around. Yangon then ignored Zhao Feng and led the group into the bat's nest. The weakest of the 7 had the battle power of the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm, and most of them were even at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Therefore, when everyone joined forces to kill their way into the nest, the scattered bats were defeated and easily killed. Everyone maintain our speed. If we meet the Bat King, we'll kill it together, Yangon ordered. The group soon met a group of close to 100 bats, and one of them was a Bat King whose cultivation was close to the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. Flipping Cloud Palm, Yangon waved his palm, and a massive palm energy slammed into the sea of clouds, instantly killing 5 or 6 bats. The moment they clashed, the Bat King was injured by Yangon. Zhao Feng's expression changed. His senior brother's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he was ranked 2nd amongst the core disciples and could even fight for the head disciple. So, a dark green lightning-like sword shadow drew a strange arc in the air and stabbed into the Bat King's throat. Plop! The Bat King's giant body fell to the ground. Yangon was slightly surprised, and he looked at Zhao Feng with surprise in his eyes. The Luoho bow in Zhao Feng's hand was extremely powerful, and it could even threaten cultivators at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. After the Bat King was killed, the remaining bats scattered in fear, and half of them were either injured or dead. Brother Zhao, your archery skills are very strong. Help me kill the Bat King. I'll give you a portion of the resources in the nest. Yangon smiled and said, Sure. Zhao Feng nodded his head. His goal wasn't just to collect some resources. The group continued to advance, and before long, another Bat King appeared. It led a swarm of 100 to 200 bats, some of which had escaped earlier. This Bat King had reached the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, and Yangon had the upper hand. But he couldn't kill it. Northern dark heavenly water. Heavy wave slash. Baimwa roared as his figure turned into a few blurs that gathered above the Bat King. A thick ripple of energy slashed onto the Bat King's body like a 10,000-kilogram blade. Boom! The Bat King was smashed onto the ground by Baimwa and Yangon's sneak attack. Everyone's heart jumped. They didn't expect Baimwa to be so strong. Zhao Feng analyzed in his heart. Baimwa's northern dark heavenly water wasn't any weaker than his lightning wind palm, and it might even be of a higher level. The group then teamed up to finish off the Bat King. Very successful. We finished off 2 of the 6 Bat Kings so quickly. As long as we finish off 2 more, everything will be easy. Yangon smiled. Wait. Zhao Feng's expression suddenly changed. These bats aren't running away. In the next moment, there was a soul-shaking cry that shook the mountain walls. Accompanied by fierce gales, a giant bat emperor with a wingspan of 40 to 50 feet flew out from the depths of the nest. Instantly, the nearby bats trembled and their morale rose. Not good. The Bat Emperor's been alerted so quickly. Yangon took a deep breath and jumped into the air. He pulled out an ancient golden long blade and slashed downwards. A golden blade light that was tens of yards long slashed through the air like a cloud exploding, killing tens of bats and engulfing the Bat Emperor. The ancient golden long blade in Yangon's hand was also a middle-grade mortal weapon, and it could threaten those at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. So the Bat Emperor let out a deafening screech and rushed out from the explosion of the saber aura. It did not suffer any substantial damage. So, under the screeching of the Bat Emperor, hundreds of bats gathered from all directions. In addition, Bat Kings rushed over and surrounded them. They were surrounded. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. The situation that Yangon had expected had finally appeared. The situation was even more terrifying than they had imagined. There were hundreds of bats everywhere, which meant that they had the strength of hundreds at the early stages of the Ascended Realm. Apart from Yangon, everyone else couldn't even move an inch as the sound wave enveloped the entire area. The invisible sound wave contained a mental energy attack that affected their consciousness. Zhezhe, there's so many of these bats. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Quan Chen and company who were fighting couldn't help but glare at him in anger. How could he still smile in this situation? Zhao Feng opened his mouth and spat out a wave of mental energy, sound that shot out. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of bats fell from the sky. In an instant, 20 to 30 bats fell from the sky. An empty space appeared in front of Zhao Feng. The weird thing was that the mental energy sound wave he sent out was only effective against the bats. Not only did it not harm the people nearby, it even seemed to be able to cancel out a portion of the bats' mental energy attack. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, and a large number of bats fell from the sky. Some of them ran away in fear. The crowd was shocked by the scene. Zhao Feng's mental energy sound wave seemed to be able to counter these bats. Even the Bat King's speed slowed down when it got close to Zhao Feng, and fear appeared on its face. In reality, Zhao Feng's mental energy sound wave was based on the structure of the bats, and at a certain frequency, it could deal the most damage to the bats. There was a huge difference between a human and a bat structure, especially in terms of hearing. Therefore, the cultivators present didn't feel any effect. So, Zhao Feng pulled the Luoho bow, and a dark azure arrow flashed like lightning, piercing through a Bat King at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. The nearby people had their mouths agape. It seemed like Zhao Feng was a bat killer. Both his mental energy sound wave and archery skills completely countered these bats. Good job, Brother Zhao. Yangon, who was fighting against the Bat Emperor, was overjoyed. Zhao Feng kept on using his mental energy, sound wave, and the invisible power was like waves that swept in all directions, killing batches after batches of bats. In the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss spun faster and faster, providing Zhao Feng with a large source of mental energy. In just a short span of tens of breaths, Zhao Feng had killed around 200 bats. The bats that were scared away didn't react even when the Bat King summoned them. Everyone looked at Zhao Feng with fear in their eyes. Even the remaining 3 Bat Kings looked warily at Zhao Feng, not daring to come close. "Everyone cover me. We're going to wash the Bat Cave with blood." Zhao Feng's voice was filled with killing intent, which made the nearby people's hearts go cold, but they were also filled with battle intent. Chapter 173. Zhao Feng's killing intent was terrifying, and he continuously used his mental energy sound waves, causing the nearby bats to either fall or run away in fear. Right now, the strongest Bat Emperor was being held back by Yangon. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was so great that the other bats and disciples couldn't get close. Of the 6 Bat Lords in the nest, 3 had been killed and the remaining 3 didn't dare to get close. As for the countless black bats, none of them were able to get close to Zhao Feng's group of 6. Those that came close either fell or ran away. This meant that Bat's biggest advantage, the human wave tactic, had been destroyed by Zhao Feng. Up until now, no one from the disciples had died. The situation could be said to be very good. Kill 2 more Bat Lords and we'll be able to attack the Bat Emperor, Zhao Feng suggested. After continuously using mental energy sound waves, his mind was getting tired, and he took the chance to drink a mouthful of spiritual wine to recover his stamina and mental energy. After some discussion, they decided to let Bei Moi and Quan Chin attack while the others cover Zhao Feng. Bo! Zhao Feng spat out 2 mental energy sound waves, and he helped Bei Moi and Quan Chin attack one of the Bat Lords. Even the Bat Lords would be affected by Zhao Feng's mental energy sound waves, and Bei Moi heavily injured one of the Bat Lords. Zhao Feng would occasionally spit out sound waves and pull the Luoho Bao, causing the nearby bats to fall or run away. Soon, one of the 3 Bat Lords had been killed, and the other 2 were heavily injured. Zhao Feng thought that the situation had been decided, and the remaining 2 Bat Lords weren't much of a threat. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng heard a sharp screech, and the Bat Emperor's giant figure slammed into Yangon and leapt towards him with killing intent. Not good. Zhao Feng felt a sense of danger coming towards him. The Bat Emperor was a beast at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, and it had its own intelligence. It had long since found out what Zhao Feng was doing. It tried to break through several times, but was stopped by Yangon. Seeing its citizens being killed one by one, the Bat Emperor went crazy and charged toward Zhao Feng while taking Yangon's attacks head-on. "Brother Zhao, watch out!" Yangon caught up from behind and exclaimed. Although Zhao Feng was strong, facing the Bat Emperor at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, he might be instantly killed. Bo Zhao Fu took a deep breath and activated all the true power in his body. He even secretly activated the pale green blood in his body and released a concentrated spiritual sound beam. The mental energy sound wave was condensed to the maximum, and Zhao Feng had even secretly circulated his bloodline power. The invisible mental sound wave surpassed the physical level and hit the Bat Emperor almost instantly. Even someone as strong as the Bat Emperor froze for a moment in midair. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. His mental energy sound attack was aimed at the bat's body structure, and its power was doubled. It could probably kill a bat at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, but it couldn't even injure the opponent. The Bat Emperor was only stopped for half a breath, and its mind was only slightly injured before it charged toward Zhao Feng in a frenzy. However, half a breath's time was enough to do many things. Zhao Feng's figure was like a fish as he pulled back several yards. Bum! Yangon swung his ancient golden saber from behind and slashed it down on the Bat Emperor without holding back. A gash instantly appeared on the Bat Emperor's body. So, while Zhao Feng was running, he shot an arrow with his Luoho Bao infusing it with true force and his bloodline power. The moment he poured his bloodline power into the bow, Zhao Feng felt the Luoho bow tremble, and a surge of warmth came from it. The arrow was like a streak of azure light, and it reached half the speed of sound with a deafening boom. Shwa! The arrow landed right on the gash that Yangon had left on the Bat Emperor. Zhao Feng knew that his attack wouldn't be able to break through the Bat Emperor's defense, but this arrow had landed on the wound, increasing its damage. Quan Chen, Bei Moi, help me. Yangon called out to Quan Chen and Bei Moi to help the Bat Emperor. Even though Quan Chen was extremely unwilling, he still held his weapon and helped Yangon. If they fought head-on, Bei Moi and Quan Chen could be killed by the Bat Emperor in 1 or 2 moves. However, Yangon was the main attacker, so the two of them just needed to help. Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as he charged back and used his mental energy, sound beams, to disrupt the Bat Emperor. Even the Bat Emperor couldn't ignore Zhao Feng's mental energy sound beams and was beaten up. Zhao Feng stood far away and kept his distance. Every time he shot an arrow, it would hit the Bat Emperor's old wounds. The Bat Emperor screeched in pain as it was forced back, and its injuries became more and more serious. In this desperate situation, the Bat Emperor almost went crazy and tried to break out of the encirclement, but it was trapped by everyone. Zhao Feng played a big role as his mental energy, sound beams, landed on the Bat Emperor at the most crucial moment. Finally, after half the time it took to make tea, the Bat Emperor fell heavily onto the ground. Everyone let out a breath after killing the Bat Emperor. The rest of the bats ran in all directions. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they were forced back by Zhao Feng's mental energy, sound beams. At this point in time, there were hundreds of bats that had died, and at least 3/4 of them were thanks to Zhao Feng. Brother Zhao, you've done a great job this time. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how many of us would have passed. I'll definitely report this to the clan after the trial ends. Yangon's face was filled with joy. One had to know that the difficulty of the second trial was much higher than the first. Under normal circumstances, there would most likely be deaths, and there wouldn't be more than 3 people who could pass this trial. However, Zhao Feng was an exception. He had destroyed the human wave tactic and kept the number of deaths to 0. After killing the Bat Emperor, everyone entered the depths of the bat's nest. There were indeed many treasures in the depths of the nest, and everyone took them. Zhao Feng secretly opened his left eye and scanned the details of the nest. He didn't take action easily, but every time he did, he would definitely get something good. After walking to a certain place, a blood-colored wall appeared, and the surrounding rocks were also blood-colored. Great! It's the scarlet blood fruit, a fruit that can strengthen one's body. Quan Chen saw a fruit growing in the corner of the wall. Shwa! Suddenly, a figure took the scarlet blood fruit before him. Brother Zhao, I was the one who found this scarlet blood fruit first. Quan Chen's expression was dark as he exclaimed, If you really found it first, how could I have taken it first? Zhao Feng mocked. His left eye scanned the surroundings, and his control over the treasures was extremely precise. But even then, he couldn't take care of everything and could only pick 1 or 2. Stop fighting. Brother Zhao has done a great job and should be given priority. Furthermore, there's more than 1 scarlet blood fruit nearby. Yangon said. Quan Chen was extremely frustrated, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only search for other treasures. The scarlet blood fruit was a spiritual item of the world. It was a type of spiritual fruit that contained the essence of the world's blazing sun. At the same time, it also fused with pure life form's blood energy, greatly improving the body. Those under the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm would eat a scarlet blood fruit and have a high chance of breaking through to the next sky. There were around 5 or 6 scarlet blood fruits near the wall. Zhao Feng had taken 2, and Yangon, Bei Moi, and Ran Xiaoyuan had taken 1. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly turned toward a certain corner of the wall. There was a faint silver-red fruit that gave off a cold aura. Chilling Yin fruit. It's the opposite of the scarlet blood fruit. Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he flew towards that direction. But at the same time, Yangon, Beimoi, and company reacted quickly and found the chilling Yin fruit. There was a total of 5 chilling Yin fruits, and 2 were taken by Zhao Feng, while the other 3 were taken by Yangon and Beimoi. And the last one was taken by Lin Fan. Lin Fan had always been close to Zhao Feng, so he was able to benefit a bit. Lin Fan found a pattern. As long as Zhao Feng took action, many things would appear. He wasn't the only one who found this. Yangon and company also had the same feeling. Why are you all following me? Zhao Feng said coldly. The others smiled awkwardly and pulled away from Zhao Feng. From then on, Zhao Feng didn't take action often, and he would only consider taking action if they reached the level of a spiritual item. He knew that he couldn't take too many spiritual items for himself, or else others would be suspicious and greedy. There were many resources in the bat's nest, but only 1/10 of them were spiritual items. Once they reached the level of a spiritual item, they would contain the essence of heaven and earth yuan qi and were blessed by the heavens. Zhao Feng did a rough calculation and found that he had obtained more than a dozen spiritual items. Amongst them, the scarlet blood fruit and chilling Yin fruit were the most valuable and useful. The other resources could be used to refine pills, but they weren't very effective if taken directly. Around half a day later, all the resources in the bat's nest had been taken. Immediately, a few of them swallowed heaven and earth spiritual objects to replenish the primordial qi in their bodies and further consolidate and improve their cultivation. For example, Beimoi ate the chilling Yin fruit, which greatly boosted his northern dark heavenly water and increased his cultivation. Zhao Feng didn't mind. His cultivation technique allowed him to eat both, and it wouldn't clash with the true force in his body. But he had just broken through not long ago, and his foundation wasn't stable. So it wasn't suitable for him to use resources to increase his cultivation. Lin Fan ate a frigidine fruit and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. For hours later, Yangon was the first to set off. He wanted to obtain first place in the second trial and obtain more trial points. The others also left one after the other. Zhao Feng and Lin Fan still moved together. After Lin Fan consumed the chilling Yin fruit, his cultivation gradually approached the peak of the second sky realm. The true force in his body emitted traces of chilling energy. With a casual swing of his blade, the chilling energy would increase tremendously. Quan Chen, Ran Xiaoyuan, Lu Yu-er and company all had some improvements. The process of the trial was filled with danger, and it was a process of squeezing out one's potential. Brother Zhao, why don't you fight for first place? Lin Fan suddenly asked. At the start of the second trial, there was a notice that the shorter the time taken, the more trial points would be awarded. I'm not fighting for this. Zhao Feng shook his head. Then, Brother Zhao, at the start of the trial it was mentioned that the number of trials passed and your performance will affect your score. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. The number of trials passed and your performance. Performance. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he finally understood the crux of the matter. Chapter 174. The rule of the floating crest trial was that the longer one lasted, the better their score would be. The number of trials passed, and their performance during the trial would affect their score. The final reward of the floating crest palace would be decided by the result. Apart from Lu Hu and the other 2 who had been eliminated in the first trial, the other 7 would each receive at least 30 trial points. But the disciples that had lasted until now had all had their fortunes and had performed well. Their performance on the way would also affect the results of the trial. Of course, the trial only indicated the basic trial points obtained from passing the trial. The rest of the results were hidden. Every trial taker had a floating crest token in their body. Even Zhao Feng couldn't sense the existence of the floating crest token. But every time he killed an enemy, his left eye would catch a faint ripple. He didn't know how many hidden trial points he had obtained, but thinking about how many bats he had killed, it shouldn't be a small amount. Zhao Feng slowly explored the next part of the path as the outline of a map in his mind became clearer and clearer. Although there were still some dark areas on the map, Zhao Feng had already analyzed the exit of the cave. It's been 3 days since the second trial started. Zhao Feng knew that he couldn't waste any more time, even though he knew that there were still some undiscovered fortunes in the cave. Zhao Feng's luck wasn't too good in the second trial. Apart from the bat nest, he didn't find any good fortunes anywhere else. On the other hand, Yonggan and Beimoi had apparently found an underground cave in a corner of the bat cave, and after a dangerous battle, they had obtained a few treasures. For hours later, a faint light appeared on the path in front of the cave. The ground under their feet started to change, turning into a green floor. The faint light in front of them became brighter. Zhao Feng and Quan Qin saw an exit. It was an open green door. Walking through the door, a voice sounded in their mind. You have passed the second trial and received 50 trial points. After 5 days, the third trial will begin. Behind the door was a green palace. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi inside was several times denser than the sky-moon mountain. When Zhao Feng and Quan Qin entered, there were already 3 people in front of them. They were Yonggan, Beimoi, and Quan Qin. The 3 of them were sitting cross-legged, digesting the fortuitous encounters from the previous 2 trials. Beimoi's improvement was the fastest, and his aura was close to the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. Although Yonggan's fortune wasn't bad, it was harder to break through to the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. At his current level, he had to put in a lot of effort for every step he took. But even then, Yonggan's aura had reached the peak 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, and if everything went smoothly, he would have the chance to reach the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. After another half a day, Lu Yu, and Ran Xiaoyuan passed through the gate and entered the palace. According to Zhao Feng's understanding, the people who came later did not receive any extra trial points. The second stage, Yonggan was the fastest, so he received 30 trial points. Beimoi and Quan Qin received an extra 20 trial points. It had to be known that the reward for the first trial was only 30 trial points. Trial points were not easy to obtain, but they had a great use after the trial ended. Time passed slowly. Everyone made use of the remaining time to recover their energy and improve their strength. Zhao Feng, Beimoi, Ran Xiaoyuan, and Lin Fan had all improved a lot in the trial. This was especially so for Zhao Feng, who had broken through a level before even passing the trial. Apart from that, Ran Xiaoyuan and Lin Fan had both reached the point of breaking through to the next rank. Finally, at a certain moment, a voice sounded in everyone's mind. The Floating Crest trial has entered the 3rd stage, Sky Boundary Island. There are many fortune in this stage, and there's no time limit. The longer you survive, the better your results will be. At the same time, this will be the last stage of the trial. As soon as the voice finished, a door of green light opened on the other side of the palace. Zhao Feng instinctively opened his left eye, and a weird expression appeared on his face as he looked at it. He had some understanding of arrays, and through his left eye, he could barely tell what kind of array the door contained. We might not be together in the last stage, so it's up to you now. Zhao Feng messaged Lin Fan. Lin Fan said gratefully, "It's all thanks to Brother Zhao that I was able to reach this step. I'll give it my all in the last stage." Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly as he felt that Lin Fan's aura had met the requirements to break through to the 3rd sky of the Ascended Realm. If he could break through in the next stage, it wouldn't be hard for him to get a good result. Shua, shua, shua. After the 7 trial disciples entered the light door, their figures instantly disappeared. Sky Boundary Island, the last stage of the trial. Lin Fan's body landed in front of the valley, and he felt the heaven-earth Yuan Qi around him was extremely pure and dense. What pure heaven-earth Yuan Qi? The effect of cultivating here is probably 10 times better than cultivating in the Sky Moon Mountain. Lin Fan was overjoyed. He then scanned his surroundings and didn't see anyone, not even Zhao Feng. Brother Zhao is too godly. Everyone has been sent to different corners of the Sky Boundary Island. Lin Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and respect towards Brother Zhao grew. Before entering the third stage, Zhao Feng had already guessed what would happen. It turned out that when Zhao Feng entered the door of light, he had used his left eye to judge that the array was a complicated one. This array was related to the use of space, and without the corresponding array, the array masters wouldn't be able to set it up. Lin Fan raised his head and found the occasional flying beasts in the air, all of which were existences that surpassed peak-tier deadly beasts. Beasts could absorb heaven-earth yuan qi and cultivate on their own. They also had ancient bloodlines in their bodies. Although one wouldn't be chased by the black metal monsters for the first 10 days of the Sky Boundary Island, there were still many dangers here. The heaven-earth yuan qi here is perfect for me to break through. Lin Fan made up his mind and found a hidden corner to sit down cross-legged. Given his current situation where he was at the critical point of his cultivation, using the environment here to break through to the next level was the most suitable. Tens of miles away, in front of an ancient garden. My luck is pretty good this time. I've just arrived, and I've already found the ancient ruins garden. Bei Moi stood in front of the garden and could feel the dense heaven-earth yuan qi as well as some powerful auras. The aura that leaked out from the ancient ruins garden made him, who was at the peak of the third rank, tremble. This also proved the existence of the ancient ruins garden and the great fortune within it. Of course, fortune and danger were always proportional. Bei Moi naturally understood this. He took a deep breath, and his gaze was fierce. He revealed a trace of a will to cut off all means of retreat, and he leaped into the ancient garden ruins through a gap. If I don't make my move now, this ancient ruins garden will be discovered by others. Bei Moi's figure disappeared into the ancient ruins garden. What he didn't know was that the Sky Boundary Island was huge and there were many treasures. Other people might not have the time to come and fight for his fortune, but relatively speaking, his luck was very good. He encountered such a great opportunity as soon as he teleported in. The 7 disciples were teleported to different corners of the Sky Boundary Island. Lin Fan's luck was average. On the other hand, Bei Moi's energy was good. Apart from that, there were also some who had bad luck. For example, Yonggan had a pack of green-spotted wolves around him when he had just arrived. Their strength was at the second sky of the Ascended Realm, and they were a level higher than the black blood bats. Yonggan finally escaped from danger after fighting and running for his life. I was almost caught by the Green Wolf King. If I had been surrounded by the wolves, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yonggan felt scared. The Green Wolf King's cultivation was almost at the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm, and it was even stronger than the Bat Emperor. After escaping, Yonggan's figure suddenly came to a stop. He saw a tower in the depths of the forest that was hundreds of meters tall. Such a tall tower definitely isn't simple, but Yonggan was half happy and half worried because the tower was in the middle of the forest and the howls of beasts came from it. Some of the auras even made him feel danger. He wasn't as lucky as Bei Moi, who teleported to the ancient ruins garden. At the same time, most of the disciples that were teleported to different parts of the Sky Boundary Island had their own fortunes. A youth stood on top of a mountain that was a few thousand meters tall. The youth had a head full of green hair, revealing a pair of deep and sharp green eyes, giving off a kind of evil yet elegant aura. I've finally come up. The area of the last trial isn't small. I can't even see the end of it with my left eye. It's at least 400 to 500 miles wide. Zhao Feng murmured to himself. He even suspected that this place wasn't even in the Sky Moon Mountain or the Cloud Country. All of these mysteries couldn't be solved at his current level. Even the elders of the clan might not be able to give a definite answer. After all, the floating crest palace came from the ancient era. In that era, the Origin Core realm and even the Void God realm King Martial Emperors had appeared. These peerless experts had the ability to change fate. They could travel 1,000 miles with a single step. Their bodies were indestructible. They could travel through space. They could revive from a drop of blood. They were no different from gods. Of course, unless one was one of the 4 great inheritances, such as the Scarlet Moon inheritance, it would be hard to come into contact with them. It had been a few hours since Zhao Feng had entered the Sky Boundary Island. When he first entered, he had scanned around with his left eye, and he could faintly see a few places with fortunes. This meant that he had to make a choice, what fortune to choose. This was why he had climbed to the top of the mountain in order to have a better view. Standing on top of the mountain, Zhao Feng opened his left eye, and without any obstacles, he could see very far. He could even see things 100 miles away. In the east, Zhao Feng saw a tall tower in a forest. He guessed that this place was full of fortune. But there were many powerful beasts in the forest, and the strongest had reached the 7th sky of the Ascended Realm. There were even Yao Beast Kings at the True Spirit Realm. In the southwest, in the center of a crisscrossing river region, there was a mysterious garden. There seemed to be a mansion inside, and dense light waves flickered in the sky. That's probably an ancient garden. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. From the aura and scenery given off by the ancient garden, it was full of fortune. Unfortunately, there were many beasts in the river, and there were also many flying beasts. It was even more dangerous than the tall tower. Furthermore, the ancient garden was far away from him, and there were many dangers along the way. Zhao Feng shook his head, and his left eye flashed with an azure light as he searched further. Chapter 175. At the entrance of the floating Crest Palace, the 5 elders sat cross-legged for several days with their eyes closed, not talking to each other. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed, and the 1st and 2nd stage had ended. On this day, First Elder opened his eyes and slowly said, "According to previous experiences, many people will be eliminated on the 5th and 6th day." The 5th and 6th day of the Floating Crest trial was considered the middle part of the trial, and there were many dangers and killing. In the past, some people would be eliminated or even killed at this stage. But this time, 8 days had passed, and no one had been eliminated. It's indeed weird. According to the difficulty of the 1st stage, the killing in the 2nd stage should be much more dangerous than the previous ones. Worry appeared on Granny Liyue's face. Her disciple, Liu was one of the weakest disciples. There's only 2 possibilities. Hai Yun Master, who was dressed in white and had a handsome face, suddenly interrupted. What possibility? Everyone present looked towards the youngest elder of the Broken Moon clan with the most potential. Hai Yun Master's result in the Floating Crest trial was the best in the past few decades or even 100 years. No one had ever surpassed his record. He had the most right to speak about the Floating Crest Palace. The first possibility is that there's an extremely high death rate. Even the trial itself can't control some of the deaths. Therefore, we haven't seen any eliminated disciples. Hai Yun Master said deeply. Hearing this, the expressions of the elders changed slightly, and they couldn't help but become worried. Yes, the difficulty of this trial wasn't low. This could be seen from the 1st stage where they were chased by the black metal monsters at the True Spirit Realm. The second possibility is that there's an extremely high passing rate. Due to some factors, no one has been eliminated and no one has died. When Hai Yun Master said the second possibility, he shook his head and sighed. Everyone present understood that the possibility of the second possibility was very low. No one had been eliminated, no one had died, and a 100% passing rate. Was this even possible? There had never been such a situation in the previous trials. I hope it's the second possibility. If it's really like this, then this will be the day our Broken Moon clan rises. The Broken Moon clan master sighed. The 5 at the True Spirit Realm probably wouldn't have thought that a small variable like a butterfly could cause a storm that could devour heaven and earth. Furthermore, this was just a small trial. Floating Crest Trial, Sky Boundary Island. The young man stood at the peak of the mountain, his blue hair fluttering in the wind. His blue eyes had a crystalline luster, as if they had a sharpness that could pierce through the world. Half an hour had passed. Zhao Feng had been standing in the same place, analyzing the geographical situation within a radius of more than 100 miles. Gradually, the outline of a realistic map was imprinted in his mind. On the outline of the map, there were not only mountains, rivers, forests, and other geographical features, but also some annotations. Some of these markings were places where there might be opportunities, while others were dangerous areas. For example, there was a terrifying three-headed blazing lion at a certain spot. This was a Yao beast king that had reached the true spirit realm. Beimoi is so lucky to be able to enter the ancient ruins garden so quickly. I'm afraid he was directly teleported to the ancient ruins garden or the entrance. Zhao Feng could not help but curl his lips. However, he had to admit that luck was also a kind of strength. Legendary figures usually had good luck in their lives. For example, the Scarlet Moon Patriarch had entered one of the 4 great inheritances, the Scarlet Moon Inheritance. Apart from Beimoi, Zhao Feng also saw traces of Yongan. Yongan's target was the tall tower in the dangerous forest. There were many Yao beasts in the forest, and there were even Yao beast kings at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng couldn't help but sweat for him. Luckily, Yongan's luck wasn't bad, and he didn't get close to the Yao beast king's territory. The 2 good fortune spots nearby had either been taken by Beimoi and Yongan or were preparing to attack them. This was especially so for the ancient ruins garden. It was probably the best fortune within 100 miles, followed by the tall tower. Zhao Feng even had the thought of stealing Beimoi's fortune, but after thinking about it, he gave up on it. Firstly, Beimoi's strength wasn't to be underestimated, and he had the initiative. If Zhao Feng wanted to enter the ancient ruins garden, he would have to pass through many dangerous areas, which were even more dangerous than the tall tower and the forest. Secondly, Zhao Feng thought that he had to be more open-minded and see further. Thinking up to there, a smile appeared on his face as he had an extreme idea. The 3rd trial has 10 days of safety. I won't look for any fortune for now. I'll just get to the bottom of the Sky Boundary Island. Zhao Feng had an idea. The other disciples that entered this trial and faced so many ancient inheritances would probably be unable to control themselves and try to take the initiative. Furthermore, after 10 days, the disciples would face the pursuit of the black metal monsters at the true spirit realm. It could be predicted that the pursuit at that time wouldn't be as simple as the first trial. Zhao Feng's thought process was different from others. Although he had found many places with fortune, he didn't plan on taking action immediately. I'll have a map of the entire Sky Boundary Island and the distribution of fortune in my hands. A light flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes as a hint of insanity appeared. He would control everything here and use the power of his left eye to the maximum. Tung! Zhao Feng's figure leapt down the mountain. Half a day later, Zhao Feng had reached an even further area. He wanted to see how big the Sky Boundary Island was. Along the way, Zhao Feng's left eye scanned the area and found dangers ahead of time. Most of the time, he would choose to avoid them. Sometimes, to save time, he would just force his way through. Luckily, he had learned the mental energy sound technique, which could scare weaker beasts. Every 100 miles, Zhao Feng would find a high ground and memorize the nearby terrain, marking out the dangers and fortuitous places. Although he had his left eye, Zhao Feng still ran into danger a few times. On the Sky Boundary Island, there were some beasts that specialized in hiding and weren't easy to find. Or there were some special dangerous areas. For example, Zhao Feng was near a patch of grass and was entangled by some vines. Luckily, he reacted quickly and found a direction and used his bloodline power to kill his way out. From then on, Zhao Feng was especially careful on the road. There was another time that was even more shocking. At that time, Zhao Feng was standing on top of a hill, and after scanning it with his left eye, he found that the hill was actually a sleeping stone golem. The stone golem was the size of a ship and was more than 10 times bigger than the black metal monster he had met in the first trial. Zhao Feng's bloodline power felt the aura of the stone golem and his heart trembled. He was sure that when the stone golem was awakened, it could instantly kill a cultivator at the true spirit realm. This was only part of the danger. On the way, Zhao Feng found all sorts of weird things. What was it like in the ancient era? How could there be so many terrifying existences? Demonic beasts with different abilities, hills, plants. Everything may contain mysteries. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. After a day and a half, Zhao Feng arrived at the end of the Sky Boundary Island. At the end of the Sky Boundary Island was a boundless expanse of blue seawater. Zhao Feng roughly looked around and found that the number of beasts in the ocean was 10 to 100 times more than on land. If he entered the ocean, it would be hard for him to survive even with his left eye. Zhao Feng calculated that he had walked around 200 to 300 miles from the starting point to the end of the Sky Boundary Island. He then went back the way he came. Because he was familiar with the geography, Zhao Feng's speed was fast and he avoided any danger. Returning to the mountain, Zhao Feng went in 3 different directions. A few days later, Zhao Feng returned to the mountain with an exhausted expression. In a total of 4 to 5 days, Zhao Feng had found out everything about the Sky Boundary Island. Now he was familiar with the geography of the Heavenly Boundary Island, including the locations of the dangers, the opportunities, and even the distribution of the beasts. So far, there are a total of 139 places with treasures. Amongst them, there are 4 to 5 places with treasures comparable to the ancient ruins garden, but all of them are filled with danger. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. Of course, the existence of danger was also everywhere. There were 200 or so places that if Zhao Feng entered, he would most likely not be able to return. There were at least 40 to 50 existences that could instantly kill him, and this was only the ones that had been explored so far. In a total of 5 days, Zhao Feng found many treasures, but he didn't take any of them. However, he didn't regret it. There's still 5 more days. At least in these 5 days, I won't be chased by those at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. Next, every step he took was crucial. So, Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air and headed towards the edge of the Tall Tower Forest. The Tall Tower Forest was the area that Yangon had explored. According to what Zhao Feng knew, Yangon had entered the mysterious tower by luck. Maybe he had some hidden cards. Zhao Feng's target obviously wasn't the tall tower. Near the Tall Tower Forest was a winding river that ran through almost half of the Sky Boundary Island. The water of the river was extremely cold, and there was no aura of beasts nearby. All in all, this river was extremely weird. Zhao Feng had seen a weird scene from the top of the mountain. The blue river was like a dragon and a snake. It was extremely lifelike. Adding on the fact that there weren't any signs of beasts nearby, Zhao Feng decided to take a look. I'll call this river the Dragon Snake Ice River. Zhao Feng gave it a name. He followed the Dragon Snake glacier downstream and explored upwards, his left eye opening from time to time. As he neared the river, he felt a terrifying coldness. The deeper he went, the stronger the coldness was. There didn't seem to be anything on the way, and he was about to reach the end. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Instinct told him that this Dragon Snake Ice River wasn't simple and had its own history. When he reached the end, the mouth of the Dragon Snake Ice River was connected to a waterfall. Below the waterfall was a freezing pond. The freezing pond wasn't big and was only 10 yards wide, but it was cold enough to make one's soul feel cold. Looks like this is the place. Zhao Feng stood in front of the freezing pond. Suddenly, a weird coldness spread from his feet to his entire body and seeped into his bones. In the dimension of his left eye, the azure abyss spun faster, and the azure blood in his body started to boil, dispelling the coldness. Chapter 176. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. What kind of power did this freezing pond have to make his left eye alert and his bloodline power automatically protect him? He believed that even beasts at the 5th or 6th sky of the Ascended Realm would avoid this place. The coldness in the pond was enough to make those at the true spirit realm feel uneasy. This is the source, Liao said. Zhao Feng had a feeling that if he wanted to find the secret of the Dragon Snake Ice River, this would be the end. He had already searched the other areas with his left eye, but there was nothing special. Now, the most important thing was the pond in front of him. Zhao Feng's left eye could only see 2 to 3 yards deep into the pond. If it was a normal river, he could see 10 yards deep, but the water in this pond was extremely unique and contained an incredible coldness. All in all, using his left eye to see the bottom wouldn't work. If I want to find the secret of the Dragon Snake Ice River, I'll have to go in and see if it's worth it. Zhao Feng's thought spun. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't try it. That was because the cold energy contained within the chilling pond was too powerful. Ordinary transcending mortality stage beings would probably be frozen in no time if they jumped into the chilling pond. My silver wall technique has reached the highest level, and my resistance to coldness is even stronger than those at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Apart from that, my bloodline power seems to have a certain resistance to the power of the pond. Zhao Feng thought for a while, then clenched his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Instinct told him that this Dragon Snake Ice River was extremely mysterious, and there was an aura from it that made his left eye sense it. Furthermore, he had many advantages, and the chance of him escaping unscathed was high. Plop! Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the pond like a fish. The next instant, a coldness covered his entire body. If it was someone at the same cultivation, their limbs would probably become numb, and if they didn't return to the shore immediately, they would die. But Zhao Feng had trained the silver wall technique, and his body was extremely strong. He immediately circulated his true force to protect himself, and a silver light appeared on his body. Within the pond, Zhao Feng opened his left eye and slowly went in. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Zhao Feng couldn't take it any longer. Fortunately, the azure blood in his body started to boil, and a warm aura enveloped his body. The power of his bloodline had a higher resistance to the cold in the lake, and it was several times more effective than silver wall technique. For zhang, 5 zhang, 6 zhang, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the chill became. The coldness also contained a power that could corrode one's soul. Luckily, the azure abyss in the dimension of his left, I was able to resist the coldness. And this was only him. If it was Yangon, the strongest of the trial disciples, he probably wouldn't be able to go deeper than 3 feet. As for Zhao Feng, he had already reached a depth of 6 zhang. 60 feet was almost Zhao Feng's limit. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. 6 zhang, 7 zhang, 8 zhang. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Feng felt like his body was about to freeze. He even wanted to return to the shore, but he couldn't. Rise! Zhao Feng shouted, the bloodline power and true force in his body almost burning. Voila! Zhao Feng jumped out of the lake like a fish and returned to the shore. That was close. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. Of course, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything from this trip. Before Zhao Feng returned, he condensed his left eye and saw a dark blue crystal about 10 feet under the lake. It looked like a teardrop, but it was as big as a watermelon. Where did that blue crystal come from? Zhao Feng only glanced at it with his left eye and felt a terrifying coldness attack him. Luckily, he used his left eye. If he used a normal eye, the coldness would probably engulf his body. Instinct told Zhao Feng that the blue crystal wasn't something he could touch, much less possess. That thing might be even more troublesome than ordinary spiritual divine weapons. But Zhao Feng didn't want to give up, so he decided to go down and see what was going on. The second time, he first ate a scarlet blood fruit. The The scarlet blood fruit had strong medicinal properties and contained the power of the sun. After Zhao Feng ate it, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his body. Even his true force and bloodline power seemed to boil. He used a scarlet blood fruit as the price to resist the cold energy in the pond water. Plop! After entering the lake, Zhao Feng felt the cold power decrease, and he easily reached 80 feet. His body was constantly burning with the power of the sun, and his bloodline power was also boiling. This was all thanks to the scarlet blood fruit. Otherwise, Zhao Feng wouldn't have been able to go any further. At 80 feet, Zhao Feng was only 10 feet away from the blue crystal. The blue crystal had threads of transparent blue patterns, like a blossoming ice lotus. It was dreamy and beautiful in the water, and when one looked at it, they felt a piercing coldness in their soul. Zhao Feng could only use his left eye to admire it. 80 feet, 90 feet. Zhao Feng felt that with every step he took, the coldness multiplied. Finally, he stopped at 99 feet and was about 1 foot away from the blue crystal. At this moment, if Zhao Feng went another foot, the cold power would increase by several times, and he would be sealed in ice. At close range, Zhao Feng found that the blue crystal did not seem to be solid, and there were faint ripples on its surface like a tear. Pity, is there really no other way? Zhao Feng knew that there was no chance unless he wanted to die. Whoosh! As he swam upwards before leaving, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of a plan. He took out a silver thread as thin as silk. This silver thread was very thin and was made from cold iron. It was also of the cold attribute and was comparable to a semi-divine weapon and was suitable to use in this environment. Zhao Feng thought and took out the luoho bow and used the silver thread to wrap around the bow. Other than that, he took out an exquisite dark green arrow from his quiver. The other end of the silver thread was tied to the arrow. This way, the arrow that was shot could be called back through the connection between the silver thread and the bow. Let's try. Zhao Feng smiled lightly. He found that the blue crystal tear was not completely solid, which was why he gave it a try. Then he circulated his true power, circulated his bloodline power, and aimed at the blue crystal tear and shot an arrow. To prevent accidents, Zhao Feng shot the arrow, and after feeling that it would hit the target, he quickly jumped out. Pissed, the dark green arrow, filled with true power and bloodline power, shot at half the speed of sound towards the blue crystal tear. However, the arrow's speed became slower and slower, and finally froze into an ice arrow, barely reaching the ripples around the blue crystal tear. The blue ripples were actually a part of the blue crystal tear. Pew pew. A strange sound came from the bottom of the cold pond, and it was a sound that went straight to the soul. Zhao Feng inexplicably shuddered and felt a fatal danger, and quickly flew back to the shore. At the same time, a terrifying coldness came from the luoho bow. Not good. Zhao Feng felt his body go numb, and threw the luoho bow into the distance. Tsang! His body flew dozens of yards in the air, and in one breath he flew hundreds of yards before landing on the ground. Even from hundreds of yards away, Zhao Feng still felt a soul-shaking coldness. Inside a tall tower in a nearby forest. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? Yonggan was on the 9th floor of the tall tower, and he suddenly felt a chill. He wasn't the only one affected. Beimoi and the other trial disciples nearby all felt a terrifying coldness. A strong coldness spread from the source of the Dragon Snake Ice River and quickly spread across the Sky Boundary Island. The temperature of the entire Sky Boundary Island suddenly dropped. In just a few breaths, the temperature of the Sky Boundary Island dropped by more than 10 degrees. In the next 10 breaths, the temperature continued to drop. If this continued, the entire Sky Boundary Island would become an island of ice. In front of the cold pond. Fuck! The instant Zhao Feng landed on the ground, he felt a bone-chilling coldness, and his legs almost went numb. As he was closer to the source of the ice, and thus the coldness he felt was stronger. Luckily, the explosion of coldness only lasted for an instant, and then calmed down. Zhao Feng's gaze didn't leave the cold pond. The luoho bow fell from the air, and a blue silver line was attached to it. The arrow on the other end had long since shattered into pieces. At the other end of the silver thread, there was a faint blue ripple. The blue ripple came from the blue crystal tear at the bottom of the pond. CSI, the power of the blue ripple, followed the blue silver line and extended to the luoho bow. The reason why the silver line didn't shatter so quickly was because of its coldness. After entering the depths of the pond, its material was changed by the coldness. After a few breaths, the blue ripple disappeared, and its power was channeled into the luoho bow through the silver line. A strange symbol was imprinted on the luoho bow. The symbol was in the shape of a ripple, like a blooming ice lotus. Plop! The silver line shattered into pieces of ice. Zhao Feng jumped up in fright, and when he looked over, he found that the luoho bow wasn't damaged. After all, it was a middle-grade mortal weapon, and when paired with the corresponding arrow, it was comparable to a high-grade mortal weapon. The luoho bow lay quietly on the ground, not moving at all. Zhao Feng felt the coldness slowly dissipate, and when it calmed down, he quietly walked to the luoho bow. He carefully touched the luoho bow, and a bone-chilling coldness came from it. Luckily, it only circled around the bow and didn't invade his body, as long as the bow isn't damaged. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief and carefully examined the luoho bow. He found that the bow seemed to have been changed by the power of the blue crystal tear. Other than the coldness it emitted, the material and aura of the bow had changed. The power of the blue crystal tear was terrifying. Just a trace of it was enough to lower the temperature of the entire Paradise Island by tens of degrees. He took out the arrows from his quiver, and his expression changed. The arrows in the quiver all had a faint blue glow, as if they were affected by the coldness when they entered the pond. Whoosh! Zhao Feng pulled the luoho bow, and the blue arrow in his hand shot through the air. The coldness splashed and hit a tree in the distance. Bang! The arrow pierced into the tree. Every flower and tree on Paradise Island was not simple. If it was a tree from the outer sanctum, it would have been pierced. The power doesn't seem to have changed. Zhao Feng was a little disappointed. Could it be that his instinct was wrong? Not only did the arrow not have much power, but it also broke into pieces. It seemed that the material had become brittle after absorbing the coldness. However, in the next moment, a layer of frost formed on the surface of the tree that was pierced, and it became thicker and thicker, and it quickly turned into ice crystals. In a breath's time, the 10-meter-tall tree was covered in ice crystals, and it looked like a crystal statue, shining brightly under the sun. Frozen, Zhao Feng took in a cold breath in shock. Chapter 177. Zhao Feng took in a cold breath. He didn't think that the luoho bow would have such a change. The increase in power was secondary. The true change was in the element. The blue pattern on the luoho bow blossomed like an ice lotus, and the arrows in the quiver started to glow with a faint blue. A portion of the mysterious crystal tear's origin energy was channeled into the bow through the ice. The arrows in Zhao Feng's quiver had also absorbed a portion of the cold energy when they got close to the crystal tear. But the arrow he shot out just then seemed to be a one-time use item. Zhao Feng thought for a while before finding a branch nearby and shooting it out with a luoho bow. So, the moment the branch shot out, it brought with it a surge of coldness, and when it hit the target, it broke into pieces. However, a layer of frost formed on the target, and it didn't freeze the target. It looks like only these modified arrows can unleash the full power of the ice. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. This meant that the remaining tens of arrows in the quiver were extremely precious. These blue arrows, combined with the luoho bow, could unleash the power of ice. From the power just then, anyone under the fourth sky of the Ascended Realm would be frozen to death if they were hit by this arrow. Those at the fourth and fifth sky of the ascended realm wouldn't be able to escape in a short amount of time, but they might be able to survive and even break through the ice. Even those at the sixth sky of the ascended realm and above would have a strong freezing effect, which would affect their movement speed. This level of cold energy effect could be said to be abnormal. The only regret was that the remaining arrows were all one-time use items. Zhao Feng analyzed that if he brought these arrows out, they might break when the temperature warmed up. See, the ice from the freezing pond continued to leak out. Zhao Feng's body froze as he stood nearby. His bloodline power was limited, and the power of the 2 scarlet blood fruits had almost been used up. Go! Zhao Feng looked unwillingly at the freezing pond, but logic told him that this treasure wasn't something he could have at his level. This was just like when he obtained the spirit rank divine armament blood moon devouring spirit sword. It was utterly impossible for Zhao Feng to control it. In order to obtain the mysterious crystal tear, Zhao Feng had to reach the true spirit realm, and this was based on the fact that he had the power of his bloodline. If it was an ordinary true spirit realm, he might not be able to succeed. On second thought, Zhao Feng felt that he had gained quite a lot. The Luoho Bao had been improved by the origin cold power of the mysterious crystal tear. Its power and quality had increased by at least half a grade. Those consumable blue arrows also gave Zhao Feng a few more trump cards. In fact, Zhao Feng felt that his physique had been affected by the cold energy and had improved. His resistance to cold energy had definitely increased. After leaving the cold pond, Zhao Feng quickly flew in the southeast direction. Along the way, cold air permeated the surroundings, and the temperature continued to drop. The mysterious crystal tear in the frigid pond was obviously a taboo on the Sky Boundary Island. Zhao Feng had unintentionally touched it, but it had directly affected the temperature of the entire island. Under the sudden drop in temperature, many of the beasts on the Sky Boundary Island returned to their nests, and some of the weaker beasts were even killed. Only some of the stronger beasts weren't affected. Unknowingly, this lowered the difficulty of the trial, and the possibility of being surrounded by beasts was also greatly reduced. Zhao Feng didn't know that his unintentional action had once again affected the floating crest trial. 6 hours later, a valley appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. A few hours ago it had been a valley, but now it had turned into an icy valley. Originally on Zhao Feng's map, there were several groups of beasts nearby, but because of the sudden change in the weather, many of them had returned to their caves to avoid the cold. Zhao Feng's resistance had decreased by a lot. According to what he had seen before, this valley was covered by a powerful illusion array, and there should be something wrong with it. In terms of size, this place could be compared to the ancient garden, but it was more hidden. Zhao Feng didn't know what was inside the valley, and whether it was a blessing or a curse was hard to predict. Since it's covered by the illusion array, there should be some secrets here. Zhao Feng flew to the top of the valley and looked down. From his point of view, the center of the valley was a complete vacuum, and below it was a bottomless abyss, shrouded in clouds and mist. Faintly, the roars of beasts could be heard from the abyss, and the aura was even stronger than those at the true spirit realm. However, as an array master, Zhao Feng was almost immune to mental energy illusions. He opened his left eye and observed the area below him. He could feel traces of the power of the formation runes. Even with his left eye, Zhao Feng couldn't see through the array, and he could only see the outline of the valley. All in all, it wasn't an abyss, and there weren't any terrifying beasts. Tsang! Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air, ignoring the effects of the illusion array, and floated towards the valley. As he descended, he had a feeling that his body was falling into the abyss, and below him was a terrifying beast with its mouth wide open. What awaited him was a nightmare. However, he knew that this was all an illusion brought about by the illusion array. After all, this was an ancient ruin, and even he who had the mysterious left eye wasn't immune to it. After leaping through the air a few times, Zhao Feng landed like a feather. At this moment he was in a bustling town. There were many people walking around the town, men, women, and children. They were all dressed in ancient clothes, as if they were from a long time ago. All the buildings in the town gave off a rustic and aged aura. Spicy stinky tofu, 1 copper coin for 2. Candied haws, 1 copper coin for a skewer. The sounds of people selling their wares rose and fell. Zhao Feng had an indescribable feeling as he stood in the market. It was as if this market was isolated from the rest of the world and had nothing to do with the floating crest trial. However, Zhao Feng didn't think that there was no meaning in being in the trial. It looks real, but everything here is the power of the illusion array. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. The power of the illusion array within the valley was extremely strong and real. Even Zhao Feng's left eye couldn't see through it. He couldn't imagine that the power of the illusion array could simulate the details of a large market. Here he could see farmers selling vegetables, acrobats, and even hoodlums collecting protection fees. Everything was so real. If it wasn't for the mysterious left eye, Zhao Feng wouldn't have realized that everything here was an illusion. At the same time, Zhao Feng's mind quickly spun and analyzed. What was the meaning of this market? Before the floating crest trial, First Elder had already mentioned some factors in the trial. Some of the fortune in the trial didn't have to be obtained through killing. In reality, as a righteous inheritance, some of the fortune in the trial was based on other factors, such as one's willpower, intelligence, and even character. Only those who met certain conditions would be able to obtain the fortune. Normal trial takers wouldn't be able to tell if this is real or fake. If that's the case, I'll treat it as real. An idea soon appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. He tried to capture some useful information from the market. However, the amount of information in the illusion was too much. Zhao Feng decided to wander around the town, until, at a certain place, Zhao Feng heard the angry roar of a youth. "You bastards, let go of my mum." That voice was extremely clear in his mind, and it was slightly different from the other noises in the market. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng had his left eye, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Is this a voice purposely made for the trial takers to hear? A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. He glanced sideways and saw a shabby bun shop. A beautiful woman was being pulled and dragged by 3 ruffians with evil smiles on their faces. "Let go of my mum." A young man dressed in tattered clothes was struggling with a local ruffian. Bam! The youth was slapped away by one of the thugs and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. "Humph! Your dad owes the casino 3,000 silver, and the bun shop is mortgaged 1,000 silver. The remaining 2,000 silver, I'll let your pretty mother go to the Yihong courtyard to pay off the debt. It'll be faster than this bun shop." One of the thugs snickered. Seeing this, Zhao Feng understood the situation. Even in the real world, if he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't hesitate to attack them. Furthermore, this could be the key point of the trial. More importantly, this was the trial of the righteous path, and getting rid of the tyrants was the right thing to do. "The 3 of you piss off." Zhao Feng charged up and kicked one of the thugs away. The other 2 thugs roared as they charged over. Zhao Feng's cultivation was at the martial disciple level, and even if he didn't use his true force, he could still easily defeat the 2 thugs. The 3 thugs were all kicked away by Zhao Feng, and they couldn't get up for a while. "Thank you for saving us." The beautiful woman and the youth were extremely grateful. At the same time, Zhao Feng could see the worry on the woman's face. "Little brother, what's your name?" Zhao Feng asked. "I'm Li Luan." "Big brother, you were too strong," the youth said with admiration. "Li Luan, floating crest trial." Zhao Feng murmured to himself as he looked at the youth in front of him, and he couldn't help but think whether it was to verify his guess or to be a good person to the end. In the next half a day, Zhao Feng helped Li Luan's family solve their problems. The thugs in the town were all subdued by Zhao Feng's martial arts. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Zhao Feng used a pen and paper to write down a few martial arts techniques, from basic martial arts to high-level martial arts, and taught them to Li Luan. However, after doing all this, Zhao Feng didn't get the fortuitous encounter he had imagined. He was secretly puzzled. Could it be that he wasn't fated to get the fortuitous encounter? Zhao Feng felt that this town wasn't that simple, but his time was limited, and he decided to leave after staying in the town for a day. He had grasped many fortuitous encounters in the trial, and he couldn't hang on to one tree. The next day, Zhao Feng bid farewell to Li Luan's family. Big brother Zhao, thank you for helping my family. This is my most beloved knife, and I'll give it to you now. Li Luan handed over an item. Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, but the so-called knife was just an old piece of metal, and on it there were blue lines that looked like electric lines. Taking the small piece of metal, Zhao Feng felt a cool aura. The moment his consciousness merged with it, he captured a scene. Rolling blue lightning flashed in the sky. The power of the lightning lit up heaven and earth as it struck down, raising a hill to the ground. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Floating crest lightning seal. Chapter 178. Floating crest lightning seal. Ever since Zhao Feng had left the market, he had been touching the metal piece in his hand. In terms of material, the metal piece was ordinary, but it contained an unimaginable intent. Even if this intent was very brief, its profoundness and profundity far surpassed Zhao Feng's level. Even with my comprehension, I can only touch the surface of the floating crest lightning seal, and that's with the foundation of the lightning wind palm. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. After merging with the mysterious left eye, Zhao Feng's comprehension was monstrous, much stronger than most geniuses. But now, with the foundation of the lightning wind palm, he could only touch the surface of the floating crest lightning seal. Furthermore, he could feel that the aura of the floating crest lightning seal was similar to the lightning wind palm. However, the intent of the floating crest lightning seal was more than 100 times stronger than the lightning wind palm. The lightning wind palm could only summon wind and lightning, while the floating crest lightning seal could directly control lightning. What was the connection between the two? Zhao Feng could vaguely remember that the lightning wind palm was an ancient skill, but it seemed to be incomplete. At the same time, there were some powerful skills in the clan that were obtained from the floating crest palace. For example, Beimua's northern dark heavenly water was obtained from the floating crest palace by Haiyun Master. It looks like this floating crest lightning seal isn't just because of my performance in the town. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. The floating crest lightning seal was related to the lightning wind palm that Zhao Feng trained in. He opened the power of his left eye and tried to copy the scene in the floating crest lightning seal. However, the level of this scene was too high, and he had to use all of his mental energy to barely succeed. Zhao Feng did this in order to feel at ease, to make these things truly his. He couldn't comprehend the floating crest lightning seal in a short period of time, and who knew if it would be confiscated by the clan after the trial. According to the rules of each trial, the sect would take a portion of the treasures obtained according to a certain ratio, and would also bestow some contribution points to the participants. After putting away the floating crest lightning seal, Zhao Feng headed in another direction. In his mind, he had the outline of the entire heavenly boundary island. He had already marked out all the places that might contain fortuitous encounters. The next target was a little further away. The targets that Zhao Feng had chosen were all those that he had sorted out and analyzed. He believed that there was something special about them, or that they were relatively large in scale. In the end, the first goal was to cause the entire Sky Boundary Island's environment to change drastically. That was a taboo, and the opportunities involved were not something he could obtain. His second goal was the floating crest lightning seal, which Zhao Feng still couldn't figure out. As for the third target, Zhao Feng reckoned that it would be similar to Beimua's ruins garden. On the way, when they passed by a secluded area, Zhao Feng felt a familiar, true power undulation. "Seeing your brother, Lin." Zhao Feng's left eye saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Fan. The fluctuation of Lin Fan's true force was strong, as if he had just broken through to the third sky of the ascended realm. Zhao Feng put on the blindfold and met up with Lin Fan. "Junior brother Zhao, I didn't think that we would meet again." Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. Zhao Feng thought for a while before pointing out a path. "Walk 50 miles northwest, and there'll be a valley covered in illusions. You can try your luck there." The valley he pointed out was the place he had just been to. Zhao Feng thought, "I've already experienced that illusion. Can Lin Fan do it again?" "Of course. It's hard to say if you'll succeed. There's a hidden godly shrine tens of miles south of the valley. You can go there and try." Zhao Feng gave Lin Fan another fortune point. Lin Fan was surprised. "Junior brother Zhao, you seem to know a lot about this place." "Of course. I've spent a few days investigating the Sky Boundary Island, and I've got a good grasp of everything within 200 miles. I've only just started." Zhao Feng rolled his eyes and said, half truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but admire Zhao Feng. The others who had entered the Sky Boundary Island wouldn't give up. However, Zhao Feng didn't do anything in the first 5 days. He wanted to know the situation first. As the saying goes, know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win every battle. From the moment he made his move, Zhao Feng's foresight was fated to be more far-sighted than any other trial-taker. After saying goodbye to Lin Fan, Zhao Feng headed towards the third destination. 6 days have passed in the Floating Crest trial. Only 3 to 4 days left. Zhao Feng quickened his pace. The third destination was slightly further away, but due to the drastic change in the climate of the Sky Boundary Island, some of the beasts no longer existed, which reduced Zhao Feng's resistance. Half a day later, Zhao Feng arrived at a grassy plain. According to the original situation, there should have been a large flock of flying beasts above the grassy plain. Each flock was at least a few times larger than the black blood bats in the second stage. Due to the change in climate, the entire island had turned into a glacier, and there were only a few flying beasts left. Zhao Feng increased his speed and passed through another area filled with the fragrance of flowers. There was originally a terrifying amount of poisonous bees here, with the weakest being at the half-step ascended realm and some at the first or second sky. "If I'm unlucky, I'll be surrounded by tens of thousands of them," Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. But now, most of the poisonous bees had gone into hiding to get used to the sudden change in temperature. The temperature on the island had a huge effect on those at the first sky of the ascended realm. Only those at the third sky of the ascended realm or higher would be able to reduce the effect of the cold. "I'm finally here." Zhao Feng let out a long breath as he looked at the castle in front of him. An ancient and simple aura came from the ancient castle. Every brick and tile of the castle had the marks of time. In terms of size, this castle was comparable to the ancient garden that Baimoi had entered. But the danger around it was greatly reduced after being covered in ice and snow. After entering the castle, Zhao Feng became cautious. The ancient castle itself had some dangerous environments. For example, the moat in front of the castle was black and gray, and it gave off an aura that made Zhao Feng's heart beat faster. He threw a piece of godly weapon into the moat, and a weird sizzling sound came from the moat. The piece of godly weapon soon melted. Because the piece of godly weapon had lost its spirituality and array, it had a weaker resistance against external forces. But normal cultivators at the Ascended Realm wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. The entire ancient castle was deathly silent. It was strange to the extreme, and it gave off an eerie feeling. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as he searched the area around the city walls. There are traces of someone coming here. His heart clenched. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that there was an unknown existence in the trial, and the other was someone amongst the disciples. Zhao Feng thought that the second possibility was more likely. Ding! Pum! Dong! Right at this moment, the sound of fighting came from the depths of the castle. Zhao Feng's left eye contracted, and he found that the source of the sound was a luxurious building in the middle of the castle. But when he saw it clearly, Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. How unlucky. I've finally entered the core, but I've triggered these guys. Quan Chen's ruffled figure flew out from the luxurious building. Two black, armored figures chased after him. Their bodies were covered in black armor, and they didn't have any signs of life. Zhao Feng's left eye could see through the material, and he could see that the black armored figures were made of special machinery, with a core of energy in the middle. From the looks of it, the strength of the two black armored figures were close to the fifth sky of the Ascended Realm, or else Quan Chen wouldn't be in such a ruffled state. Brother Zhao, come and help. Quan Chen's eyes lit up as he saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed, and he instinctively reached for the arrows in his quiver, but he suddenly stopped. These blue arrows have the effect of freezing, but they're all one-use items. It wasn't worth it to waste them on Quan Chen. Brother Quan, I'm afraid my arrows won't be able to pierce through the black armored figures. Zhao Feng's figure flashed, and he landed on the city gate. Quan Chen cursed in his heart. As expected, this Zhao Feng wouldn't help him. Luckily, the two from the He family returned to the building after chasing for 100 yards. It was as if guarding the building was their mission. Even if the other parts of the castle were to be flipped upside down, they wouldn't care. Brother Zhao, you've come at the right time. This castle is weird, and I've finally found the core, but I've run into trouble. Why don't we team up and split the profits 50-50? A smile appeared on Quan Chen's face as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Ever since he entered the clan, he and Quan Chen had been enemies. In the past, he was just an ant in Quan Chen's eyes. But now, Zhao Feng had grown to the point where he wasn't afraid of the other. In this unknown environment, Quan Chen wanted to use Zhao Feng to kill him if he had the chance. Zhao Feng's thoughts were the same. He had entered the castle late, and with Quan Chen's help, he could go straight to the core. If he had the chance, he would send the other off. The two had their own plans, but they walked towards the building at the center of the castle. Brother Quan, you've been in the castle for a day or two, right? You must have gained a lot. Zhao Feng smiled as he looked at the bag on Quan Chen's back. Zhao Feng could see through some of the things in the bag with his left eye, so they had some value. Of course, these things were nothing compared to the interspatial bracelet and the floating crest lightning seal that Zhao Feng had obtained. No, I've only just reached the core of the castle, and in 3 days, everyone will be hunted down and we won't have a chance anymore. Quan Chen led the way. The two soon entered the building. Near the entrance, there were some broken pieces and traces of fighting. Quan Chen had been here for 2 to 3 days, and he had cleared out an entrance from the outside. The most valuable place in this building is the collection room. There are many treasures inside, but it's a pity that there's a powerful guard here. The strength of these guards range from the 4th to 6th sky. Quan Chen explained. Zhao Feng's figure leapt onto a tall building, and he scanned the layout of the building with his left eye. In a flash, Zhao Feng had a good grasp of the layout of the buildings and the distribution of the guards in his state. When Quan Chen led the way, he only told Lin Fan about the dangerous parts, but he purposely hid some of the hidden dangers. Zhao Feng snickered coldly in his heart as he followed Quan Chen, and they passed through several dangerous areas before finally entering a large hall. Inside the hall, there were some black and silver guards. The black guards were usually at the 4th or 5th sky of the Ascended Realm, and the silver guards were all at the 6th sky or higher. Even someone as strong as Yonggan would find it hard to take down this place. No wonder Quan Chen would pull Zhao Feng into his group despite being enemies. Brother Zhao, that's the collection room. Quan Chen extended his hand and pointed at an ancient-looking house, from which a faint aura of a spiritual item could be sensed. Chapter 179. Zhao Feng inspected the treasury that Quan Chen was pointing at. When he first entered the mansion, he used his left eye to observe the terrain of the entire area, including the distribution of guards. But one thing was for sure: this was the core of the building, where the guards were the strongest. Quan Chen had spent 2 to 3 days to get here from the outskirts of the building, killing at least tens of guards before he was able to get here. Zhao Feng knew that there were a few hundred guards in the building, and it wasn't easy for Quan Chen to get here. Because of this, Quan Chen must have paid a price. Although his cultivation had increased after entering the trial, and he was close to the peak fourth sky of the Ascended Realm. With Quan Chen's personality, how would he let others take the fruits of his victory? Therefore, Quan Chen's promise of a 50-50 split couldn't be taken seriously. Zhao Feng sorted out his thoughts. Through Quan Chen, he indeed had less trouble, and he could directly reach the core of the building. The treasury in front of him was even bigger than the living room of a normal family. The aura from the treasury was enough to make any participant's heart beat faster. Just the aura it exudes is already stronger than an ordinary spiritual weapon. Zhao Feng's senses were sharper than Quan Chen's, and he had touched spiritual-grade weapons before. Spiritual weapons were extremely rare in the current continent. Even if a sect possessed 1 or 2 of them, they would be considered as their sect's treasures. Furthermore, this was just the aura from the treasury, which wasn't even 1% of the real thing. Junior Marshall Brother Zhao, why don't we split up? One of us will attract most of the guards, and the other will enter the treasury to steal the treasures. Quan Chen squeezed out a smile. Steal? Brother Quan, don't make it sound so bad. This building doesn't have an owner, and who knows how long it's been since he died. We'll take it openly. Zhao Feng snorted disdainfully. That's right, we'll take it. Quan Chen forced a smile as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Since when did this ant dare to lecture him to his face? Next, the two started to discuss who would attract the attention and who would take the treasures. Zhao Feng thought for a while and scanned the entire treasury with his left eye, capturing the patterns of the array. His left eye could barely see through the wall, and he could see some outlines inside. Junior Brother Zhao, your movement technique isn't bad. It shouldn't be a problem for you to attract the guards. Of course, if you don't feel at ease, I can also attract the guards. Quan Chen had a generous look on his face, as if he wouldn't object to whatever decision Zhao Feng made. If it was an ordinary person, they would most likely choose the latter. They would only feel at ease if they personally entered the collection room. All right, I'll attract the guards. Zhao Feng said calmly. Sure. Quan Chen was a little surprised. He sneered in his heart. No matter what choice you make, you're just a pawn sent to your death. Firstly, Zhao Feng had just arrived at the mansion and wasn't familiar with the terrain and hidden dangers. If he chose to attract the attention of the guards, he would only be shrouded by more and more dangers, and he would definitely die. Secondly, if he chose to enter the treasury and Quan Chen alerted the guards, leaving Zhao Feng behind, the treasury would become a dangerous place. Therefore, Quan Chen already had a plan. No matter which one he chose, Zhao Feng would be a chess piece sent to his death. There were around 20 to 30 guards near the treasury, and their cultivations ranged from the 4th to 6th sky. Attracting the attention of so many guards was a dangerous job. According to the plan, Zhao Feng needed to attract the attention of at least 10 guards. Pum! Zhao Feng threw out a punch, and a powerful wave of energy hit the treasury, causing the entire room to shake. The treasury was protected by an array, and the instant it was hit, a rainbow glow appeared, attracting the attention of the nearby guards. So, Zhao Feng's figure leapt into the air and attracted the attention of 10-20 guards. Then he ran out of the mansion. There were around 10 at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm, 4 at the 5th sky, and only 1 at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. Good job, Brother Zhao. Quan Chen was overjoyed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Being chased by so many guards, only Yonggan would be able to escape unscathed. If it was him or Beimoi, it would be extremely dangerous. Furthermore, according to what he knew, Zhao Feng had just entered the mansion, so he didn't know anything about the terrain or the hidden dangers. Zhao Feng's figure turned into a blur, and he circulated his heavenly wind true force to the maximum, making his speed even faster than some cultivators at the fourth sky. This was because his heavenly wind god technique had reached a high level and was close to the peak fourth sky, so the purity of his true force was higher than normal cultivators at the fourth sky. Furthermore, in terms of speed and movement, Zhao Feng had used the illusion fish picture as the core and had merged many movement skills into it. Once he used his full strength, Zhao Feng was even faster than Quan Chen. Furthermore, these guards were all heavily armored, and although they had strong offense and defense, their speed and agility weren't good. Zhao Feng used his agility to attract the attention of these guards, and after a while, even the guards at the fifth or sixth sky couldn't get close to him in a short amount of time. His left eye could see everything nearby, and it could even see through walls to see the hidden dangers. His control of the terrain was even better than Quan Chen's. Not long after, Zhao Feng attracted the guards to the entrance of the mansion. At this point in time, apart from the Silver Guard, there were still 4 guards at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm who could keep up. Only the Silver Guard's speed was faster than Zhao Feng's, but it wasn't as agile. Zhao Feng's left eye could see the flow of energy within the Silver Guard's body, and it could predict the direction of its attacks. There were many times when Zhao Feng managed to dodge the Silver Guard's attacks. If he was hit, even if his Silver Wall technique had reached the max level, he would still be heavily injured. But Zhao Feng, who had his left eye, was able to control the situation. After running out of the mansion, the terrain was flat and wide, making it hard for Zhao Feng to use the terrain to deal with the Silver Guard. The distance between the Silver Guard and Zhao Feng was getting closer and closer. Once he was caught up and the other 4 guards at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm pounced on him, Zhao Feng would most likely die. Bang! A layer of faint azure blood appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and he gave off a powerful aura. In an instant, Zhao Feng's energy, mind and body rose dramatically. Bloodline power was a power that even Zhao Feng couldn't fathom, but its use was very obvious. The same punch, Zhao Feng could use 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of force, but if he merged it with his bloodline power, he could use 6 to 7 kilograms of force. At this point in time, Zhao Feng's speed exploded. So, Zhao Feng flew up, his speed almost doubled, even surpassing the Silver Armor Guards who weren't good at speed. Although the Silver Guards were at the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm, their true speed was only faster than those at the 5th sky of the Ascended Realm. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Feng had traversed tens of yards in the air, and he took out the Luoho bow and knocked a blue arrow onto it. In midair, he used his left eye to look at Quan Chen's situation. After Quan Chen had entered the treasury, he had triggered the array and was chased by 10 guards. The treasury was small, and the number of guards that could enter was limited. Quan Chen was extremely smart, and he blocked the entrance with a few guards, fighting as he tried to take the treasures. The treasures in the treasury gave off a pure and ancient aura, which made people's hearts beat faster. Pum! Quan Chen tried to take the treasures with his palm, but he was repelled by a layer of white light and was almost injured. Damn it! The treasures in the treasury are all protected by arrays. Quan Chen's face was dark. He had tried a few times, but he was restricted by the arrays and couldn't break through in a short amount of time. Luckily, his cultivation had increased after entering the trial, and he had a middle-grade mortal weapon, which allowed him to easily kill a black guard at the 4th sky of the Ascended Realm. Zhao Feng, that idiot, he's dead for sure after drawing so many guards away. Quan Chen felt better when he thought about Zhao Feng's ending. At the same time, outside the palace, a glowing blue arrow with a cold current pierced through the air. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. It was terrifyingly cold. The instant the Luoho bow was pulled, the ice lotus symbol on the bow suddenly lit up. After the light blue arrow was shot out, under the powerful cold energy, it turned into a sparkling and translucent ice arrow. Ding! The ice arrow hit the silver-armored guard and shattered. The blue ice fragments and mist scattered in all directions. With Zhao Feng's current strength, the arrow shot out by the Luoho Bao couldn't break through the defense of the silver guards. Furthermore, these guards specialized in defense. The silver armor guard was unharmed and fiercely pounced toward Zhao Feng. However, the moment it moved, its body froze and its movements slowed down as a layer of ice formed over its body. With it as the center, a terrifying cold energy spread out to a radius of 4 to 5 feet. Dang! 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 The black guards behind them entered the range of the coldness, and a layer of ice formed over their bodies. In just a breath's time, for black guards at the fifth sky of the ascended realm had turned into ice statues. Only the silver guard could barely fight back. At this point in time, the silver guard and the 4 black guards were controlled by Zhao Feng. The effect was out of Zhao Feng's expectations. His left eye opened, and he found that an invisible coldness was spreading through the mechanical parts of the guards, and it soon reached the core. These guards weren't alive, and there were many fine parts inside them. Once they were frozen, it would affect the transfer of energy. From the looks of it, the 4 black guards were sealed in ice, and they wouldn't be able to break through for a while. On the other hand, the silver guard was still struggling. Even if it could break through the ice, its speed would be greatly restricted. Go! Zhao Feng didn't bother with these guards, and he flew back to the palace. At the core of the palace, Quan Chen was in a stalemate with a few guards in the treasury. Luckily, these guards didn't have high intelligence, or else if they were to summon all the guards in the palace, unless one was at the true spirit realm, there would be no chance. Zhao Feng silently floated to a roof near the treasury and watched the show from above. As Zhao Feng returned, the black guards that hadn't caught up to him before also returned to the treasury. There was a total of 20 to 30 guards that were about to surround the treasury. Has that brat, Zhao Feng, been killed already? Quan Chen's expression changed as he circulated the weapon in his hand to the maximum and slashed out. 2 black guards in front of the door were sliced into pieces. Run! He quickly jumped out of the entrance and ran out of the mansion. However, just as he ran to the entrance of the mansion, a silver-armored guard with a chilling aura pressed in. Ah! Quan Chen looked at the silver-armored guards who were covered in frost and felt a chill run down his spine. When Quan Chen was being chased by the guards, a faint smile appeared on his face as he silently snuck into the treasury. At this moment, there wasn't a single guard nearby.